Good evening, and welcome back. Tonight we're doing something a little different from our usual wander through the past. Tonight, we're not just visiting Tudor England. We're taking apart almost everything you think you already know about it. The powdered faces, the rotten teeth, the child brides, the witches burning on tall stakes, the flat earth, the endless gray drizzle of a joyless little island. Most of it, it turns out, is either wildly exaggerated, quietly invented, or borrowed from a century that hadn't happened yet. So tonight, we're going to gently take apart the biggest misunderstandings about Tudor England. The ones you've probably repeated yourself without ever quite checking them. And see what was actually happening underneath all that starched linen and candlelight before we drift off into the 16th century together. If you're enjoying these long, slow nights of history, consider subscribing so future episodes find their way to you. And thank you, sincerely, to the viewer who requested tonight's subject. This channel only keeps growing because of people like you, quietly sending in ideas late at night. We're also on Spotify now, if you'd rather close your eyes completely and simply listen. The link is in the description below. And as always, tell us in the comments where in the world you're listening from tonight, and what time it is where you are. It always seems to be somewhere around 2 in the morning for someone. Now dim the lights if you can. Let a fan hum quietly in the background if you have one. Get settled, let your shoulders fall, and let your breathing slow. Imagine for a moment that you've opened your eyes in the year 1550 in a modest house somewhere in the English countryside. The ceiling above you is close and dark with old smoke. The mattress beneath you rustles faintly with straw. And already, your modern brain is filling in the details before you've even sat up. You must be doomed, since everyone here dies at 30. You must smell terrible, since nobody bathes. Your teeth are presumably already rotting out of your skull. And by dinner time, someone will probably accuse you of witchcraft. None of that is quite true. Some of it isn't true at all. Let's begin gently unwinding it, one myth at a time, until the real Tudor England, stranger, funnier, and considerably more alive than its reputation, comes quietly into view. The myth of dying AT30. You wake up, and the first thing your mind does, unhelpfully, is a bit of arithmetic. You're somewhere in your late 30s or 40s, and somewhere at the back of your memory sits a fact you've absorbed from documentaries and dusty textbooks alike, that the average person in Tudor England was lucky to see 30. By that logic, you should already be an old ghost haunting this cottage, not a person lying rather comfortably in bed. Here's the quiet trick nobody bothered to explain to you in school. That grim number, the average life expectancy, hovering somewhere around 30, is real, in the sense that historians really did calculate it. But it is being dragged brutally downward by something that number never bothers to mention out loud: infant and child mortality. Picture 2 children born in the same Tudor village. One dies before reaching their first birthday, which, tragically, happened with heartbreaking frequency in this period. thanks to fevers, poor sanitation, and diseases with no name yet. The other survives childhood entirely and lives to a ripe, cantankerous 72, complaining about his knees the entire way. Average those two lifespans together, and a modern calculator will cheerfully spit out a life expectancy of 36. Despite the fact that not a single person in this example actually died anywhere near 36. That is the sleight of hand hiding inside the statistic you were taught to repeat. Once you strip away the tragedy of childhood mortality and simply ask, how long did people live if they survived to adulthood? The picture changes entirely. A Tudor man or woman who made it past the dangerous gauntlet of early childhood, through the fevers, through the risky first years, through the diseases that swept so mercilessly through the very young, had a genuinely reasonable chance of reaching their 50s, 60s, even further. Villages were not empty of the elderly. Quite the opposite. They were full of grandmothers running kitchens with total authority, grandfathers holding court by the fireside with opinions on 3 different monarchs they'd personally lived through, and elderly craftsmen still working leather or wood with hands that had been at it for 50 years. Let's be fair to the past, though, because we do try to be honest here rather than merely comforting. Growing old in Tudor England was nothing like growing old today. There were no spectacles worth the name for failing eyesight, no replacement joints, no neat little pill organizers labeled with the days of the week. Teeth, once lost, stayed lost. Joints ached and predicted the weather with grim accuracy. There was no retirement fund waiting at the end of it, no pension, no cruise ship. You worked for as long as your body allowed, and then you depended entirely on the goodwill of your children, assuming you had any, and assuming they were generous. But the essential point still holds, and it's worth letting it settle into your Tudor pillow tonight. The idea that everybody keeled over the instant they turned 30 is simply false. People aged. People grew old. They just did it without ibuprofen, without hip replacements, and largely without complaint, because complaining changed nothing. So the next time somebody at a dinner party confidently informs you that nobody lived past 30 back then, you're now equipped with the quiet, satisfied smile of someone who has actually looked into it. You would not have been an ancient relic in Tudor England at your current age. You would have been an entirely unremarkable adult, with assuming disease, childbirth, infection, and a hard winter all failed to catch you. Several good decades still ahead of you. The myth of the unwashed Tudor, now that you've settled the question of your own mortality. Let's deal with a smell that isn't actually there. The popular image goes something like this. Tudor people were essentially walking compost heaps, bathing perhaps once at birth, once before their wedding, and once, reluctantly, on their way into the coffin. It's a vivid image. It has powered 1,000 jokes about medieval stench. It is also, for the most part, nonsense. The people around you in this Tudor household wash their hands and faces daily, often more than once, and they are, own way, deeply preoccupied with cleanliness. The secret lies in the linen. To a Tudor man or woman, wearing a clean white shirt or shift underneath your outer clothing was, in a very real sense, how you bathed. The fabric absorbed sweat and body oil throughout the day, functioning rather like the job your shower does for you now. And a respectable person changed that linen regularly, had it laundered, boiled, beaten clean, and bleached pale in the sun until it practically glowed. A crisp white collar and unstained cuffs were the 16th century equivalent of a fresh haircut, and a suit that fits properly. A visible public signal that you were a decent, well-kept person. The dirt that mattered to a Tudor household was the dirt other people could actually see. Beyond the linen, the daily rituals would look oddly familiar to you. People rinsed their hands before and after eating, which mattered enormously in a world where meals were often shared from common dishes and eaten largely with the fingers. Faces were washed. Teeth were scrubbed after a fashion, using cloths and abrasive powders. Hair was combed obsessively, partly for appearance, and partly to evict unwelcome guests living in it. Anyone with a little spare money dabbed themselves with scented waters. Rosewater, in particular, was something close to a personality trait among the fashionable. None of this is the behavior of a people who had simply given up on hygiene. What was rarer was full immersion in a tub of hot water. That much of the reputation is true, and it wasn't a nightly event. Heating enough water to fill a wooden tub was an entire domestic project, buckets carried. A fire kept roaring, time set aside, and at least one exhausted servant involved if you were fortunate enough to have one. A proper soak was closer to an occasional luxury than a daily habit. There's also a grain of real history buried in the myth. Public bathhouses, cheerfully nicknamed stews, had existed in earlier centuries, but by the Tudor period, many had been closed down, partly because of their reputation for activities that had nothing to do with hygiene, and partly out of a genuine, if medically confused, fear that soaking in hot water opened the pores of the skin and let disease creep in. Some Tudor physicians sincerely believed this, so instead of steaming themselves regularly in tubs, people leaned harder on linen, rinsing, and rubbing. A different theory of cleanliness, arrived at honestly by people who had never heard the word germ, and were doing their reasonable best regardless. And make no mistake, Tudor society absolutely judged people for smelling foul. A person reeking of stale sweat was gossiped about here with exactly the same relish your office reserves for such things today. Sweetness of breath and body was read as a sign of good health and good character, which is precisely why the wealthy drenched themselves in perfume, while everyone else made do with whatever herbs and rinses they could gather. Nobody, at any level of society, was proud of stinking, so the compost heap Tudor is largely a myth. These were people who fussed over appearance, fabric, and scent with a diligence that would honestly embarrass your average rushed morning routine today. They simply achieved it with cold water, clean cloth, and rosewater instead of a power shower with adjustable settings. The myth of the rotten black smile. Now run your tongue over your own teeth for a moment and brace yourself for what you assume comes next. A mouth like a haunted picket fence, blackened and crumbling. Standard issue for everyone in Tudor England. Not quite. Sugar in this period was a genuine luxury, imported from far away at tremendous expense, which meant that ordinary peasants, chewing their way through coarse bread, vegetables, and pottage, generally had fairly sturdy teeth, worn down by grit in the flour, but rarely rotting from decay. The truly catastrophic mouths belonged to the wealthy, who could afford mountains of imported sugar and treated it as something close to a personality trait. In fact, the single most infamous set of blackened teeth in the entire century belonged to a reigning queen. We'll return to a little later tonight. So strangely, the poorer you were in Tudor England, the better your smile tended to be. It's one of the very few categories in this period where being broke was quietly working in your favor. Understand the mechanism, and the whole picture flips neatly on its head. Tooth decay is largely a gift from sugar, and sugar in Tudor England was a rare, imported extravagance, costing more than most ordinary people would see in a year. A peasant's diet, bread, pottage, vegetables, some dairy, weak ale, contained precious little sweetness. Teeth might be ground down by coarse flour, but they weren't rotting out from a steady sugary assault. For once, poverty was quietly protecting the body. Now look at the wealthy, and prepare for a small dose of poetic justice. They could afford sugar, and they ate it with the enthusiasm of people who had just discovered a marvelous new toy. It was sculpted into elaborate showpieces, dissolved into wine, layered onto meats, folded into everything short of the furniture. The result, over years of devoted consumption, was tooth decay, so advanced it turned the enamel a deep, glossy black. Visitors to the grandest royal courts left faintly astonished written accounts of it. And the most famous smile of the entire era, belonging to a long-reigning queen, darkened dramatically by decades of sugar, reportedly made it difficult for visiting guests not to stare. Here's the detail that should genuinely surprise you. Because blackened teeth signaled wealth, some fashionable people who couldn't actually afford much sugar deliberately blackened their own teeth to look like they could. Picture that for a moment. Faking tooth decay as a status symbol, the 16th century equivalent of carrying an empty designer handbag to appear richer than you are. Vanity, it turns out, has always found a way, in every single century, no matter how self-defeating it looks in hindsight. None of this means Tudor people neglected their teeth entirely. They rubbed them with linen cloths, scrubbed with powders made from herbs and crushed shells, rinsed with vinegar or scented waters to combat bad breath, and chewed on herbs like sage for freshness. It was a genuine routine, just one built on folk wisdom and hope rather than fluoride and dental science. What they lacked entirely was anything resembling a modern dentist. When a tooth went truly bad, the options were prayer, patience, or the barber surgeon, who would extract the offending tooth with an iron tool by candlelight, with roughly the anesthesia available from gritting your teeth and thinking of something else entirely. A toothache in this world was not a minor inconvenience you scheduled around. Left untreated, an infection could genuinely kill you, so keep your suspiciously intact, unfashionably pale smile to yourself down here. It marks you as poor, which, at least where your teeth are concerned, happens to be rather good news. The myth of the tiny Tudor. Stand up now, walk toward the doorway of this cottage, and duck instinctively, half expecting to fold yourself in half like a giant crammed into a dollhouse. Low beams, short beds, tiny suits of armor behind museum glass. Everything seems to agree that Tudor people were built on a smaller scale entirely, closer to garden gnomes than to you. In reality, the average Tudor adult was not dramatically shorter than you are now, perhaps an inch or two on average, and plenty of them would have looked you squarely in the eye without any trouble at all. The low doorways had nothing to do with the size of the population, and everything to do with the cost of heating a home with no central heating system. Warm air rises, so the lower a ceiling was kept, the less precious warmth was wasted heating empty space above everyone's heads. Timber and thatch cost real money and real labor besides, so there was no reason to build tall when building short kept a household both warmer and cheaper. The beds are the next piece of false testimony. Many surviving Tudor beds genuinely do look alarmingly short, and it's tempting to conclude their long-dead owners must have been small people indeed. But a great many Tudor sleepers rested semi-upright, propped against a generous stack of bolsters and pillows, sometimes from simple habit, sometimes from a widespread belief that lying completely flat was unhealthy for the body, and sometimes just because a tall pile of cushions was cozy. A bed built for someone sleeping half-sitting simply doesn't need to be especially long, and the ornately carved beds that survive in museums today were frequently showpieces. Status symbols parked proudly in the finest room of the house to impress visitors, not the humble frames most ordinary Tudor people actually slept on night after night. Then there's the armor, shrunk down behind glass, apparently tailored for a nervous adolescent. Two things are happening here. First, armor was custom built for one specific body, and the smaller sets that happened to survive the centuries often belonged to boys, to slighter men, or were built purely for ceremonial parade rather than genuine battlefield use by a fully grown soldier. Second, survivorship plays tricks on the historical record. The armor that lasted 5 centuries in a private collection is not a random, representative sample of the population. It's the unusual, the delicate, and the carefully preserved. When archaeologists actually measure surviving Tudor skeletons, the gnome theory collapses entirely. The average Tudor man stood somewhere around 5'7", the average woman a little over 5'2", only modestly shorter than averages today. Most of that gap is explained by childhood nutrition rather than any fundamental difference in the human frame. Feed a Tudor child a modern diet, and there's every reason to believe they'd grow to match you. Poor nourishment during the crucial growing years, not some tiny ancestral gene, kept the averages lower than our own. And there were, naturally, genuinely tall people striding through Tudor history, some of them very famous indeed. The most notorious king of the entire era reportedly stood around 6'2", towering over his own court in a way that made agreeing with him feel like the only sensible option available. Nobody at the time described him as a freakish giant from some other race of men. He was simply a tall man standing among an otherwise ordinary-sized crowd. So no, you have not woken up in a village of miniature figurines. You are an entirely average height down here. You just keep forgetting to duck, which, at this point, is entirely on you. The myth of the gray, colorless past. Now take a proper look at what everyone around you is actually wearing. Picture Tudor England in your mind, and your imagination probably renders the whole scene in shades of wet cardboard. A nation of mud-colored peasants shuffling beneath permanently gray skis. That flat, joyless palette is largely a costume drama invention, and something of a hangover from the Puritans who arrived on the historical stage, well, after the Tudors had gone. Real Tudor streets were loud with color. Even ordinary working people favored a good warm red, a rich russet, a cheerful blue. Whatever dye they could reasonably get their hands on. The wealthy, meanwhile, were absolute peacocks, dressed in scarlet, in deep black that cost a genuine fortune to produce, and in gleaming gold thread. All of it tightly regulated by law, because in Tudor England, your outfit quite literally announced your rank to everyone who passed you in the street. Blame the film industry and the actual Puritans in roughly equal measure for the gray reputation. Later filmmakers needed the poor to look visibly poor and the past to look suitably grim, so they dressed entire casts in porridge-colored wool. And the real Puritans, who arrived after the Tudor period with their sober blacks and whites, retroactively colored our whole modern imagination of the era that came before them. But wander through an actual Tudor market, and your eyes would water at the color on display. Dye technology was old and reasonably widespread. Madder root produced warm reds and oranges. Woad, and later imported indigo, produced blues. Weld produced sunny yellows. Even a laborer's plain wool tunic could carry a perfectly cheerful shade, because looking drab was nobody's actual goal in this society. The real trick was that color and fabric together told everyone exactly where you stood in the social order, and the government made absolutely sure of it. Tudor England operated under sumptuary laws, a gloriously nosy body of legislation dictating precisely who was permitted to wear which fabrics, furs, and above all, which colors. These laws reserved the flashiest materials for the highest ranks, and the entire point was to prevent an ambiguous ambitious merchant from swanning about dressed like an earl and muddying everyone's sense of the natural social order. At the very top of the forbidden list sat a handful of legendary luxuries. True deep purple and cloth of gold were essentially reserved for royalty, because the dye and thread involved were staggeringly expensive, and the underlying message was blunt. This shade is not for you. Certain furs, sable among them, were similarly restricted. Even black, which you might assume was the cheap, humble default, was, in its richest and most even form, one of the most expensive colors available, since coaxing wool into a flawless, deep black required repeated dyeing and real money. A wealthy Tudor gentleman dressed head to toe in perfect black was not being modest in the slightest. He was quietly flexing. Think of it as a dress code with real legal teeth behind it. Today, dressing inappropriately might earn you a raised eyebrow at a restaurant. In Tudor England, dressing above your legal station could actually get you fined. Your clothing was your job title, your bank balance, and your family tree, all stitched together into one visible package. And stepping outside your lane was a small act of rebellion the authorities took surprisingly seriously, which is exactly why fashion in this period was so genuinely competitive and so quietly stressful. An ambitious family poured money into the finest cloth their legal rank allowed, tailored into elaborate sleeves, padded shoulders, and eventually those magnificently absurd ruffs that turned the simple act of eating soup into something close to an extreme sport. You didn't dress here to express some interpersonal self. That's a distinctly modern indulgence. You dressed to broadcast your exact position in a rigid social order to every single person who glanced your way. So the drab, gray Tudor is a myth twice over. These were colorful people, and their color carried so much meaning that lawmakers actually bothered to regulate it. It may be the flashiest, most anxious dress code you'll ever imagine wearing. The myth of the iron chastity belt. Somewhere in your imagination sits a rusted iron contraption, locked firmly around some unfortunate woman's waist while her husband rides off to war, the only key jingling smugly on his belt. It's a vivid, unsettling image. It is also, very largely, fiction. Those grim metal belts you've seen in cartoons and dusty museum cabinets are, for the most part, much later curiosities, jokes, forgeries, or fantasy props manufactured centuries after the Tudors had already turned to dust. There is almost no credible historical evidence that Tudor husbands were genuinely padlocking their wives before heading out the door. The whole notion says a great deal more about the imagination of later collectors than it does about anyone actually living in the 16th century. Follow the chastity belt backward through the historical record, and it keeps conspicuously failing to appear exactly where the legend insists it should. Comb through Tudor wills, letters, court records, and the endless gossip of neighbors, reporting one another for every conceivable offense, And the iron chastity belt is strikingly absent. For an object supposedly common enough to become a symbol of an entire age, it left behind a suspicious lack of actual belts, and an equally suspicious lack of anyone actually mentioning them. Where the idea does show up in earlier writing, it tends to appear as a joke or a literary metaphor rather than a genuine hardware catalog. Writers use the image of a locked-up wife satirically, as a body punchline, or as a poetic way of discussing jealousy and fidelity. It was a gag about controlling husbands and clever wives, outsmarting them, not an instruction manual. Tellingly, the jokes almost always end with the wife in possession of a spare key or a conveniently helpful locksmith, because even the people telling these stories clearly found the entire notion faintly ridiculous. The physical belts that eventually landed in museum collections are, frankly, the real scandal here. A great many were manufactured in the 17th and 18th centuries, long after the Tudor period, as curiosities and titillating props for collectors eager to own a spicy relic of a supposedly barbaric past. Buyers were only too willing to believe their crude iron souvenir hailed from some grim Tudor bedroom, because it flattered their own sense of how enlightened and modern they themselves were by comparison. Several particularly famous examples have since been quietly reclassified as much younger frauds. The belt, in the end, tells you a great deal about later imaginations, and almost nothing about the Tudor one. Consider the sheer impracticality of the whole idea, which the legend conveniently never addresses. An iron device worn constantly against bare skin, in an age without fine metalworking tolerances, without antibiotics, without modern plumbing, would be a fast track to infection, injury, and quite possibly a genuinely dead spouse, rather than merely a faithful one. No amount of jealousy makes killing your own wife with a rusting contraption a winning long-term strategy. And Tudor people were many things, but they were not fundamentally careless about the basic mechanics of staying alive. So how did Tudor society actually enforce fidelity, since it certainly cared about the matter with the far cheaper tools of religion, law, gossip, and reputation? The church thundered regularly about sin. The courts could and did punish adultery. And above all, the entire village was watching, endlessly ready to whisper. A good name was a fragile, precious thing in this world, and the fear of public scandal did the work the mythical belt never had to. Social shame was the lock, and in a very real sense, everybody held a key. File the chastity belt away beside the beaked plague doctor and the flat earth, in that drawer marked things that sound perfectly Tudor and simply weren't. The myth of the flavorless, gray diet. Get up now and go looking for breakfast, because you've been quietly misled about that as well. You're bracing yourself for a lifetime of sad gray slop. One endless bowl of misery passed down through the generations. The reality on the table in front of you is considerably more varied than that gloomy legend suggests. Yes, there is pottage, that thick, comforting stew of grains and vegetables. And yes, there is a great deal of bread. But there are also peas and beans, onions and cabbages, eggs, cheese, apples, pears, seasonal berries, honey, and genuine meat, and fish more often than the misery merchants of popular history would have you believe, especially bacon, poultry, and whatever the local river happened to offer up. Tudor peasants were not feasting nightly, but they were not living on wallpaper paste either. Start with pottage, since it truly is the beating heart of the ordinary kitchen, and deserves a bit more respect than it usually gets. It isn't simply grey mush. It's a savvy, endlessly adaptable stew simmering over the fire, built from grains like oats or barley, and bulked out with whatever the garden and the season happen to provide. Onions, leeks, cabbage, peas, beans, herbs, and a little fat or bacon, if the household was fortunate enough to have it. It's warm, filling, and honestly, it's precisely the sort of humble one-pot cooking a modern food blogger would photograph in soft, natural light and rebrand as a rustic peasant grain bowl at $14 a serving. Then there's the garden, which most rural families kept, and which quietly did an enormous amount of nutritional heavy lifting. A modest cottage plot could grow cabbages, onions, garlic, leeks, root vegetables, herbs, peas, and beans, and many households kept a few chickens for eggs, plus perhaps a pig fattening in the yard for the glorious day it became bacon, sausage, and every other useful scrap that could be wrung from it. Nothing was wasted. That pig functioned as a walking pantry, and its slaughter was practically a small annual festival. Meat wasn't the daily luxury it can feel like today, true, but it wasn't a once-a-year rumor either. Bacon and salted pork stretched carefully through the calendar. Poultry appeared more often than the popular legend admits, and resourceful households added rabbits, pigeons, and the occasional bird or beast that wandered too close to a trap. Some of it perfectly legal, some of it very much not. Rivers and coastlines handed over fish, eels, and shellfish, which mattered enormously, since the church demanded fish rather than meat on a surprising number of days throughout the year. Whether a person particularly enjoyed fish or not, they ate a great deal of it regardless. Bread was a constant presence, though nothing like the soft, fluffy loaf you're used to. Poorer households ate darker, denser bread made from rye, barley, or a practical mixed grain blend, while fine white bread remained a wealthy household's showpiece. It was heavy, chewy, and filling, and it did the job required of it. Washed down with weak small beer, a laborer had genuine fuel for a brutal day working the fields. And then there was the sweetness the countryside offered for free, in exchange for a bit of effort. Honey from the hives, since imported sugar remained entirely out of reach for most people. Apples, pears, plums, cherries, and hedgerow berries, enjoyed fresh in their season, dried for later, or baked into something worth savoring. Nuts gathered in autumn. It was seasonal and local, in a way your modern supermarket only pretends to be. following the actual calendar with an honesty that would shame most farmers' markets today. So no, the ordinary Tudor household was not spooning joyless gray sludge from a wooden bowl for 70 grim years. The diet was limited, repetitive, and thoroughly at the mercy of weather and harvest. But it was varied, seasonal, and for all its genuine hardship, oddly close to the wholesome, minimally processed ideal people now pay a considerable premium to imitate. The myth of the flavorless kitchen. If you assume this food is bland in every possible sense, flavorless fuel, eaten purely to keep the body upright, try telling that to a wealthy Tudor cook who would take genuine personal offense. The kitchens of the well-off went thoroughly, deliberately wild with flavor. Cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, cloves, saffron, and pepper were layered onto dishes with a heavy hand, precisely because spices were staggeringly expensive, and showing them off was very much the entire point. Meat arrived drenched in sweet and sour sauces. Fruit turned up cheerfully in savory pies. Sugar was sculpted into elaborate edible showpieces. Even ordinary cooking leaned hard on herbs, garlic, mustard, and vinegar. Understand the economics involved, and the flavor choices make immediate sense. Spices traveled a punishing distance to reach an English kitchen, hauled across seas and continents at ruinous expense, which meant that tossing a generous fistful of pepper or a precious pinch of saffron into a dish was less about the taste itself and more about openly announcing your wealth to your dinner guests. A heavily spiced table functioned as a status symbol you could actually eat. The more exotic the seasoning, the louder the unspoken boast. So the wealthy seasoned with an enthusiasm that borders, to modern ears, on the aggressive. The flavor combinations themselves would genuinely startle your modern palate, because Tudor cooks adored mixing sweet and savory in ways largely abandoned since. They seasoned meat with cinnamon and sugar, folded dried fruit into dishes of chicken and fish, and built sauces that were simultaneously tart, sweet, and warm with spice, all at once. A grand roast might arrive beneath a sauce thickened with breadcrumbs and sharpened with vinegar or verjuice, that tangy juice pressed from unripe grapes, then perfumed further with ginger and cloves. This was bold, layered, genuinely complicated cooking, nothing remotely like the timid boiled dinner of popular legend. Then there was the sheer theater of it all, because a grand Tudor feast was as much performance as sustenance. The kitchens of the truly wealthy produced elaborate subtleties, sculptures crafted from sugar, marzipan, and pastry, shaped into castles, beasts, ships, and coats of arms, wheeled out purely to make assembled guests gasp in astonishment. Food was carved, gilded, colored, and arranged to dazzle the eye long before it ever reached the stomach. Your carefully arranged brunch photograph, taken directly overhead for the internet, is a faint, distant echo of what these people were doing to impress one another 500 years ago. Even the seasoning of an ordinary household kitchen was livelier than you might assume. The poor couldn't touch imported spice, certainly. But they weren't eating in flavorless silence either. They had onions, garlic, and leeks by the armful. An entire herb garden of parsley, sage, thyme, fennel, and mint, plus mustard, vinegar, and salt to brighten any dish. A pot of pottage seasoned generously with herbs, and a bit of bacon is not bland. It's simply cheap. A resourceful cook with a garden and a well-stocked salt box could make a humble pot of vegetables taste like something genuinely worth eating. The one thing truly missing was the entire cast of ingredients that later arrived from the New World and now define so much of how we cook. No chili peppers to bring the heat. No tomatoes for a rich red sauce. No potatoes to soak everything up. These were only just beginning to trickle across the ocean and had not yet conquered the English table. So Tudor food tasted genuinely different from your own, sometimes strangely so. But different is not remotely the same thing as boring. Put the bland food myth to rest alongside all the others. The rich ate like theatrical, spice-drunk show-offs, and even the poor knew their way confidently around a herb garden. Nobody in Tudor England was chewing sadly on grey, unseasoned nothing and calling it a meal. The myth of sugar as a harmless treat. Speaking of flavor, one particular white crystal deserves a reckoning entirely of its own. You think of sugar as the faintly guilty, harmless sweetness sitting in your kitchen cupboard. In Tudor England, it was closer to a luxury drug, and a doctor's prescription rolled into a single substance. It arrived from far away at outrageous prices, so simply possessing any at all was a statement of wealth. Physicians cheerfully recommended it as genuine medicine, prescribing sugary remedies for all manner of ailments. A bit like a modern dentist handing you a bag of candy and calling it treatment. And the wealthy consumed so much of it that, as we've already seen, their teeth turned a fashionably dark shade of black. A look some people actually faked in order to seem richer than they really were. Trace sugar back to its origins, and its price makes immediate sense. It was grown far away and shipped an enormous distance to reach an English pantry, which transformed a simple bag of it into something close to treasure. For much of the century, sugar was sold in small, precious quantities, often through apothecaries rather than ordinary grocers, mentally filed somewhere between a spice, a medicine, and a jewel. Sweetening your food with real sugar rather than honey was a way of announcing, loudly and rather deliciously, that you had money to spare. The medical angle is where the whole subject gets genuinely amusing to modern ears. Tudor physicians, working from centuries of inherited medical theory, considered sugar warm and health-giving, useful for balancing the body's internal humors, and soothing all manner of complaints. So they prescribed it with total confidence. Sugar found its way into cough remedies, tonics, and syrups, into medicinal sweets meant to settle the stomach or soothe the chest, and into lozenges you'd swear were simply candy in disguise. The notion that sugar might actually cause illness rather than cure it would have struck a Tudor doctor as bizarre. To him, a spoonful of sugar didn't merely help the medicine go down. It frequently was the medicine. This medical blessing gave the wealthy a marvelous excuse to indulge freely. And indulge they did. After a grand meal came the banquet course, which in Tudor terms did not mean the entire feast, but specifically the final sweet course. Candied fruits, spiced comfits, marzipan shapes, sugared nuts, and delicate sweetmeats, sometimes enjoyed in a dedicated little banqueting house built purely for the purpose of eating sugar in style. Imagine constructing an entire garden pavilion solely so you could nibble fancy candy away from the eyes of ordinary people. That is peak Tudor status, and it is genuinely glorious to picture. The consequences, as established, showed up directly in the mouth. All that fashionable sugar rotted the teeth of the wealthy so thoroughly that black teeth themselves became, perversely, a sign of the good life, prompting social climbers to darken their own teeth in imitation of a habit they could scarcely afford. It's a perfect little loop of vanity. Consume the expensive substance, ruin yourself with it, and then watch others imitate the very ruin, purely because it signals the expense behind it. The poor, meanwhile, stayed sweet the old-fashioned way. Honey did for them what sugar did for the rich, gathered from hives, used to sweeten and preserve, alongside the natural sugars found in fruit, whether dried or slowly cooked down. It was cheaper, entirely local, and it left their teeth in considerably better condition, though they'd very likely have traded that dental advantage for a taste of the fashionable stuff without a second thought. So sugar in Tudor England was never a guilty little snack. It was imported wealth, prescribed medicine, competitive dessert, and dental catastrophe, all wrapped into one gleaming white crystal. The myth that nobody drank water. Since we've been discussing what people put into their bodies, let's pour a drink, because the biggest myth of all might be floating right there in the cup. You've heard the story 100 times. Nobody drank water in this period because it was essentially liquid death. So everyone, children included, stayed mildly, permanently tipsy on ale from sunrise onward. It's a wonderful story for anyone who enjoys a lunchtime pint. It is also considerably overcooked. Tudor people drank plenty of water, especially from wells and springs they had good reason to trust, and they understood perfectly well that some water sources were clean while others were foul. Ale and small beer were popular because they were nutritious, pleasant tasting, and generally safer than a scummy town ditch. Not because a cup of clean spring water amounted to a suicide attempt. Let's dismantle the more entertaining version of the story first. If Tudor England really had been drunk from sunrise to sunset, nothing whatsoever would have got done. And a great deal genuinely got done, from farming to construction, to running an entire household on a knife-edge budget. The everyday drink for most people was small beer, a weak, low-alcohol brew that quenched thirst and offered a little nourishment without turning an entire nation into a stumbling mess. Yes, children drank it, but it functioned closer to to a mild, bready refreshment than to anything that would trouble a modern breathalyzer. Getting through an ordinary working day required a reasonably clear head, if only to avoid losing a hand during the harvest. Now consider the water itself. Tudor people were not fools. They could see, smell, and taste the difference between a clear spring and a stagnant, filthy ditch, and they drank accordingly. Fresh water drawn from a trusted well, a bubbling spring, or a clean upland stream was consumed without a second thought, used freely in cooking, and genuinely valued precisely because good water was worth having. What people sensibly avoided was the obviously foul stuff, sluggish urban water fouled by waste and industrial runoff, which really could sicken or kill you. That is not a blanket fear of all water everywhere. That is simply ordinary common sense, the kind you'd exercise yourself. So why brew so enthusiastically if water wasn't universally dangerous? Because ale and small beer were genuinely good things to have in their own right, not desperate last resort substitutes. Brewing involved boiling the water, which happened to make it considerably safer, even though nobody understood the underlying germ theory behind why. The grain itself added real calories and nutrition, valuable fuel for people engaged in hard physical labor all day. It kept better than milk, tasted pleasant, and could be brewed at home. Brewing was frequently women's work, and the alewife selling her latest batch was a familiar fixture of village life, running what amounted to a small home business straight out of her own kitchen. Wealthy, naturally, had grander options available to them. Wine, mostly imported and therefore expensive, was the drink of status at a rich household's table, poured to impress guests in much the same way a good bottle still does today. Stronger ales and specially brewed beers appeared at grand feasts, but even the wealthy drank water and small beer during ordinary daily life, because nobody can function while permanently marinated in wine, and they had estates to run and rivals to outmaneuver. The kernel of truth at the center of the myth is entirely real. Urban water genuinely could be dangerous. Waterborne illness was a real and significant killer, and a weak beer was often the smarter, safer choice in a crowded, dirty town. Tudor people had excellent reasons to love their ale, but loving ale is not remotely the same thing as believing water itself was poison. They drank both, chose sensibly between available sources, and would likely find the notion that they never touched water at all frankly baffling. So sip your small beer if the mood takes you, but you're equally permitted a cup of clean well water tonight. Nobody down here is going to stop you or call it a death wish. The myth of the flat earth. Now, one of the more insulting claims made about Tudor people, that they lived in constant terror of sailing straight off the edge of a flat world into the waiting jaws of some sea monster. It's a lovely image for a cartoon. It is almost completely wrong. Educated people had known the earth was a sphere for well over 1,000 years by the time the Tudor era rolled around, and Tudor sailors scholars, and mapmakers absolutely knew it too. This was, after all, the age of ambitious ocean voyages, of men staking their fortunes, and their very lives on the exact roundness the myth insists they denied. The flat earth panic is a much later invention, a story crafted to make our ancestors look like gullible children. Let's give credit where it's centuries overdue. Ancient Greek scholars not only understood the earth was round, one of them measured its circumference with startling accuracy, using nothing but a stick, a shadow, and a genuinely impressive amount of cleverness. More than 2,000 years before anyone had reason to worry about a Tudor. That knowledge never vanished in the interim. It was taught in monasteries, debated in medieval universities, and written directly into the standard textbooks Tudor children grew up studying. The round earth was not some daring new theory in the 16th century. It was old, settled, thoroughly unremarkable fact, and it was obvious anyway, simply by looking. Stand on any shore, as Tudor sailors constantly did, and watch a ship sail away into the distance. It doesn't shrink evenly into a dot on a flat plane. The hull disappears first, then the sails, then finally the very top of the mast, exactly as if the vessel were sinking gently behind a curve. Because it was. Watch the shadow the earth casts across the moon during a lunar eclipse, and it's round every single time. These were people with functioning eyes, who actually used them to study the sky, rather than a phone screen. There's also the small matter of the royal orb, that golden sphere topped with a cross, that English monarchs clutched during their coronations. It represents the world, and it is pointedly, deliberately spherical. Kings and queens were literally holding a small round earth in their own hands as a symbol of everything they ruled. If everyone genuinely believed the planet resembled a dinner plate, that would be a remarkably confusing choice of royal prop. So where did the flat earth slander actually originate? Largely from writers, many generations later, eager to feel clever and modern by inventing a stupid, superstitious past to feel superior to. The famous tale of a brave explorer having to convince a room of terrified flat-earthers that the world was round before setting sail is almost entirely fiction, cooked up by a novelist long after the fact. The real disagreement in that explorer's own day was never about the shape of the earth. Every educated person agreed it was a sphere. The genuine argument concerned how large that sphere actually was, and rather awkwardly, his critics turned out to be closer to correct than he was. He simply got fortunate that an entire pair of unexpected continents happened to be sitting in his way. The delicious irony is that the committed flat earth believer is, in fact, a far more modern creature than the Tudor. Today, with satellites overhead and photographs of the whole planet, a single thumb swipe away, there remain people who have talked themselves right back into believing the earth is flat. Your Tudor ancestors, armed with nothing more than sticks, shadows, and their own two eyes, were quietly well ahead of them. The myth of pure medical ignorance You wake up feeling unwell and immediately assume any Tudor physician will simply wave a dead chicken over you and recommend prayer. There was, to be fair, a fair amount of that, along with a firm belief in balancing the body's four humors, which we now understand to be complete fiction. But it's lazy to dismiss the entire system as nonsense. Tudor healers used willow bark, which contains the very compound behind modern aspirin. They packed honey onto open wounds, and honey genuinely fights bacterial infection. They understood that certain herbs eased pain, calmed upset stomachs, and helped people sleep. Buried among the leeches, and the guesswork sat real, hard-won scraps of knowledge, passed down by people paying very close attention over many generations. Start with the underlying framework, because it's genuinely fascinating precisely in how wrong it was. Tudor medicine ran on the ancient theory of the four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Good health in this system meant keeping all four in careful balance, and illness meant one had gotten dangerously out of hand. A feverish, flushed patient obviously had too much blood, so out came the blade or the leech to drain a little off. It was a tidy, internally logical, and entirely fictional system, and physicians applied it with total confidence to essentially everything, which is precisely where the horror stories about bloodletting come from. But here is where the mockery should genuinely stop being fair. Alongside the theoretical nonsense sat centuries of patient, careful observation. Tudor healers used willow bark to bring down fevers and ease aches, and willow bark contains salicin, the natural ancestor of the aspirin sitting in your own medicine cabinet. They slathered honey onto wounds, and honey genuinely kills bacteria so reliably that modern hospitals still use medical-grade honey to treat stubborn infections today. That is not a lucky guess. That is real medicine, arrived the hard way, through trial and painful error. The herbal knowledge ran deep. Chamomile and valerian were reached for to help the restless sleep. Mint and fennel settled a churning stomach. Garlic offered a genuine antibacterial punch, and an entire shelf of other plants had their effects carefully cataloged through generations of trial, error, and funerals. Much of this wisdom lived with women, the wise women, the cunning folk, and the midwives, who were often the first, cheapest, and most genuinely effective help a sick villager could actually find. Bone setters, meanwhile, could reset a broken limb with a skill that would earn a respectful nod from a modern doctor, none of which means you should cancel your health insurance and move here permanently. The genuine horrors of the period were entirely real and entirely constant. There was no anesthesia beyond getting the patient thoroughly drunk or simply knocking them unconscious with pain itself. There was no concept of germs, so the same unwashed knife moved cheerfully from one patient to the next. Surgery was a scream-filled gamble. Infection killed casually and often, and when the herbs failed, the fallback was more bloodletting, a purge, and a priest edging steadily closer to the bed. Astrology was consulted for diagnosis with precisely the same seriousness as a pulse. So the honest picture is a genuine, tangled mix. Tudor medicine was part hard-won folk wisdom that actually worked, and part elaborate theoretical fantasy that actively harmed people, bundled together with no reliable way at the time to tell which was which. The willow bark sat right beside the leech, and the very same healer trusted both completely. It was not the purely ignorant superstition the myth insists on, but it was, all the same, not somewhere you'd particularly want to be treated. The myth of the Beaked plague doctor. Picture the plague sweeping through Tudor England, and your mind almost certainly conjures that iconic, unsettling figure. The long black robe, the wide-brimmed hat, and the sinister bird-like mask with its curved beak stuffed full of herbs. Here's the quiet problem with that image. The costume didn't exist yet. It was invented well over half a century after the last Tudor monarch had died, dreamed up by a French physician sometime in the 1600s. Tudor plague was terrifying, entirely real, and horribly frequent. But the people fighting it did not go about dressed as melancholy crows. They wore ordinary clothing, fled the cities whenever they could afford to, and boarded up infected houses with genuine, heartbreaking desperation. Let's pin down the timeline, because it really is the whole case against the myth. The Tudor era ends right around the dawn of the 1600s. The Beaked plague costume, with its herb-stuffed snout and waxed robe, was designed by a French doctor a good while after that, deep into the following century. So every image you've ever seen of a beaked figure creeping through Tudor London is, in effect, an anachronism roughly as accurate as dressing a Tudor merchant in modern sunglasses. The mask itself is real. It's simply wearing the wrong century. The costume's underlying logic, once it did eventually appear, came from the prevailing theory of the time that disease traveled through bad, foul-smelling air, a miasma. The beak was packed with aromatic herbs and flowers, so the wearer could breathe sweetened air, theoretically filtering out the poison. It was wrong about the actual cause, since plague genuinely spread through fleas and the animals carrying them. But you can at least admire the grim commitment to the concept. So what did a Tudor person actually witness when plague swept through their town, which happened repeatedly across the century? Something far less theatrical and considerably more frightening. When someone fell ill, the entire house was often sealed shut, trapping the healthy family inside alongside the sick. A painted mark was daubed on the door as a warning to everyone else, and a watchman was posted to ensure nobody slipped out unnoticed. Imagine being locked inside your own home with a dying relative and a red mark painted on your door, listening to the watchman shuffling just outside. That was the real horror, and it arrived with no dramatic costume whatsoever attached to it. Town's appointed searchers, usually poor, elderly women, paid a pittance to inspect the bodies and report what had likely killed them, feeding the grim weekly death tallies. People burned fires in the streets and carried small bundles of herbs pressed to their noses, working from the very same bad air theory that would later inspire the Beaked mask. And anyone with money and sense did the single most effective thing available to them. They ran. The wealthy fled the cities for the countryside at the very first sign of an outbreak, leaving the poor behind to face the worst of it, which tells you a great deal about who genuinely bore the burden of these epidemics. It's worth remembering that the Tudors also faced their own uniquely terrifying disease, entirely separate from the plague. A violent illness capable of striking a perfectly healthy person in the morning and killing them by nightfall, sweeping through in sudden, baffling waves. Between that and the recurring plague, death by epidemic was a constant, ordinary companion in this world, not some rare Gothic event reserved for dramatic occasions. So the plague itself was every bit as real and dreadful as you imagine. The people actually facing it were simply dressed like ordinary, frightened human beings, not like the theatrical bird doctor your brain keeps mistakenly casting in the role. That particular costume belongs to a later, gloomier century entirely, the myth hiding in a nursery rhyme. While we're on the subject of plague myths absorbed since childhood, let's address a particular nursery rhyme. You've known it since primary school, and you've probably repeated it since with a certain grim satisfaction. The confident claim that this innocent little children's song is secretly a coded description of the plague. The rosy rash, the posies of herbs, the sneezing, and then everyone falling down dead. It's a wonderfully creepy theory. It is also almost certainly invented. Folklorists point out that the rhyme doesn't appear anywhere in writing until the 1800s, centuries too late, and that its earliest recorded versions don't even match the tidy plague narrative people love repeating today. Line up the dates, and the entire theory starts to sweat visibly. If the rhyme really were a coded record of a Tudor or medieval plague outbreak, you'd expect it to surface somewhere in the written record reasonably close to those events. It doesn't. The first printed versions appear only in the 1800s. Centuries after the outbreaks, it supposedly describes an extraordinarily long game of telephone for a secret code to survive intact while leaving absolutely no trace along the way. Worse for the legend, the earliest versions don't even say what the popular story needs them to say. The words shifted noticeably from region to region and from book to book. Some versions include no sneezing at all. Some end not with everyone dropping dead, but with everyone standing back up again, or with the children simply crouching down and springing up as part of an ordinary playground game. The neat, ghoulish reading only works if you cherry-pick the one modern version that happens to fit, while quietly ignoring all the others that plainly don't. Then there's the symbolic interpretation itself, which falls apart the moment you examine it closely. The rosy rash, we're told, was a plague symptom. The posies were herbs carried to mask the smell of death. The falling down was, naturally, dying, but plague victims were not cremated. They were buried, often hastily, and often in great numbers. So any reading involving ashes and cremation is simply incorrect on its face. And some versions of the rhyme don't even feature ashes at all, using a plain sneezing sound instead. So where did the plague theory actually originate, if not from the Tudors themselves, and not from some medieval survivor whispering a warning down through the centuries? It seems to have been invented sometime in the 20th century by people who found the idea simply irresistible, and then it spread, well, rather like a plague. Because a grim hidden meaning is far more entertaining to repeat at a dinner party than a boring nursery rhyme about children innocently dancing in a circle. The rhyme is almost certainly just a children's game, complete with the usual nonsense words. Such games always accumulate, retroactively fitted with a morbid backstory it never actually asked for. So you're free to stop feeling quietly clever every time you sing it at a birthday party. The circle of children falling down is not a coded scream rising from the mass graves. It's simply children being children, then and now. The myth of the child bride. Now let's tackle a persistent lie about how young people supposedly married in this period. You assume a Tudor girl was married off practically the moment she stopped playing with dolls, betrothed at 12, and a mother by 14. For the overwhelming majority of ordinary people, this is simply false. The average commoner didn't marry until their mid-20s, once they had actually saved a little money, learned a trade, and could reasonably afford to establish a household. It was the noble and royal families, obsessed with political alliances and bloodlines, who occasionally arranged marriages between children for entirely political reasons. And even then, the marriage itself often waited many years before becoming a real, lived partnership. Here is the reality the popular myth conveniently ignores. For the vast majority of Tudor people, the ordinary farmers, laborers, servants, and craftsmen who made up nearly the entire population, marriage typically happened in a person's mid-20s, not their childhood. Women commonly married somewhere around their mid-20s, men slightly later still. That wasn't some fringe exception. It was the normal, expected pattern across most of the country, and it held steady for generations. The reason is boringly practical, which is exactly why it happens to be true. You simply could not marry on a whim at 14 because you had nothing yet. Setting up a household required money, tools, a place to live, and the practical skills to run it all. And acquiring those things took years. Young people spent their teens and early 20s working as servants in other households, or learning a trade as apprentices, slowly saving and gaining the experience needed to eventually stand on their own 2 feet. Only once you could genuinely support a family did marriage make practical sense. It's the 16th century version of that very modern sigh about being unable to settle down until the finances are properly in order. So the streets of Tudor England were full of unmarried young adults quietly working, saving, and getting on with their 20s in a way that would look entirely familiar to you today. Some people married later still. Some never married at all, remaining single their entire lives as servants or independent workers, which was common and entirely unremarkable. The idea that every girl was a wife by 15 would have genuinely puzzled an ordinary Tudor person who could look around and see plenty of perfectly normal, unmarried 20-somethings going about their business, and wonder what on earth you were even talking about. Where, then, does the child bride image actually come from? From the very top of society, as usual, because the powerful behaved rather differently, and the powerful are precisely who the history books tend to remember. Noble and royal families sometimes did arrange marriages for children, occasionally very young ones. But these were political mergers, treaties dressed up as weddings, designed to lock in alliances, land, and bloodlines. A child from one great family might be formally betrothed, or even formally married, to a child from another, purely to seal a political arrangement between dynasties. And even then, crucially, these child marriages were often not real marriages in any full lived sense for years afterward. A very young couple would typically be kept entirely apart, living separately, with the actual marriage only truly beginning once both parties were considerably older. The wedding itself was the legal contract. Real married life waited patiently in the wings. So even among the elite, the popular image of a 12-year-old whisked immediately into full married life is far more exception and scandal than everyday routine. It's a classic trick of history that the dramatic behavior of a tiny, wealthy elite gets mistaken for how everyone actually lived, simply because the elite are the ones who left behind grand portraits, court records, and gossip. The quiet, sensible majority, marrying prudently in their 20s after years of careful saving, left far fewer traces behind, and so quietly vanished from the popular story. So no, you have not woken up in a world of child brides. You've woken up in a world of prudent, late 20s marriages that would make a modern financial planner nod in solid approval. The myth of the powerless Tudor woman. This leads us neatly to a group the history books have consistently underestimated: women. You've likely been told that a Tudor woman was little more than furniture in a bonnet, silent, powerless, and legally owned outright by whichever man happened to be standing nearby. The full picture is considerably more interesting than that. Yes, the law was heavily stacked against women. And yes, life was genuinely harder for them in countless exhausting ways. But women in this period ran households that functioned as small businesses, brewed and sold ale, managed farms, worked as midwives and healers, joined trade guilds, ran shops as widows, and wielded a great deal of quiet influence over money, marriage, and reputation. And presiding over the entire country for much of the era were two queens ruling in their own right. Let's not sugarcoat the legal reality, because it truly was brutal. Under the rules of the time, a married woman's property and legal identity were largely absorbed into her husband's. What she owned, he legally controlled. She could not easily sign contracts or bring a case to court in her own name. On paper, a wife was close to legally invisible. The myth begins from a real and genuinely infuriating place, and no honest account of the period should pretend otherwise. But paper is not the same thing as daily life, and daily life told a considerably richer story. A Tudor household was not a place where the woman sat decoratively, while the man handled everything of importance. It was a working economic unit, and she ran a great deal of it. She managed the money, the food, the servants if there were any, the brewing, the baking, the garden, the animals, and the endless labor that kept a family functioning day to day. A capable wife was, in every practical sense, a business partner running half of a joint enterprise, and everyone around her quietly understood that, whatever the law formally said, plenty of women also worked and earned in their own right. Brewing ale was so commonly women's work that the alewife became a recognizable village institution, selling her batches and running a small trade from her own kitchen. Women worked as spinners, dairy workers, laundresses, seamstresses, market sellers, and servants. Midwives held real, licensed authority over the crucial, dangerous business of childbirth, trusted with matters of life and death in a way no man was permitted to intrude upon. And a widow, freed from her husband's legal shadow, could inherit and run his business or shop as a woman of independent means, sometimes becoming a genuinely formidable figure in her own right within her town. At the very top of society, the era practically dares you to call women powerless. This was the century when England was ruled for decades by queens holding the throne entirely in their own right, not as anyone's decorative wife, but as the actual reigning monarch, commanding armies, evading plots, and outmaneuvering the cleverest men in Europe. There were also formidable noblewomen who built dynasties, amassed genuine fortunes, raised great houses, and pulled strings across the entire kingdom through sheer will and cunning. And then there was the quiet, informal power the myth never bothers to count. Influence over who married whom, control over household reputation, and the considerable social currency of gossip itself. In a world where a person's good name was everything, the women who managed and shaped that reputation, who knew everyone's business and shaped what an entire village believed, held a real and genuinely dangerous kind of power. Cross the wrong matriarch in a Tudor village, and you would feel it. So the honest verdict is not powerless. It's constrained, hemmed in by cruel laws, and forced to exercise power sideways rather than openly. But invisible. Never. Tudor women worked, earned, managed, influenced, and in a few spectacular cases, ruled the entire country outright. The furniture in a bonnet image is a lazy insult to some genuinely tough, capable people. The myth that nobody could read. Speaking of things people wrongly assume, let's sort out who could actually read in this period. you picture an entire nation unable to decipher a single word, signing every document with a shaky, apologetic ex-literacy was certainly limited. And if you were a poor rural woman, your odds of reading fluently were genuinely slim. But the actual picture was considerably patchier and considerably brighter than the popular myth suggests. And it was changing quickly. Printing had arrived. Cheap pamphlets and ballads were everywhere. And a surprising number of townsfolk, merchants, and craftsmen could read at least a little, especially men living in the growing cities. Let's be honest about the floor first. Full reading and writing were far from universal, and the divide across society was genuinely stark. If you were a poor woman scraping together a living in a remote village, the odds you could read fluently were genuinely low. Wealth, town life, sex, and profession all tilted the scales considerably. A wealthy London merchant and a landless laborer's wife in the far countryside effectively lived in almost entirely different worlds of literacy. The myth isn't wrong that many people couldn't read. It's wrong in suggesting that nobody could, because this era was, in fact, in the middle of a genuine reading revolution. The printing press had arrived, and cheap print was pouring off it in great quantities. Pamphlets, almanacs, ballads, religious tracts, and news sheets, sold on the street for mere pennies. Suddenly, the written word wasn't locked away in a monastery somewhere. It was pinned up on tavern walls and hawked loudly in markets. When print becomes cheap and genuinely everywhere, more people learn to read it, simply because there's finally a real reason to bother. Demand and skill fed one another, and literacy climbed steadily throughout the century. There's a lovely quirk in how people actually learned, too. Reading and writing were taught as entirely separate skills, and reading generally came first. So there were plenty of people who could read a printed page perfectly comfortably, yet couldn't actually write much beyond their own name. That means the signature-based headcounts historians sometimes rely on tallying who could sign their name, likely undercount the true number of readers, since a person who read comfortably might still produce only a clumsy mark instead of a proper signature. The genuine reading public was probably considerably larger than the writing public, and larger than the grimmer old statistics suggest. Schools were spreading as well. Grammar schools were founded and endowed right across the country, offering a real education mostly to boys, and steadily producing a growing class of literate men to staff the church, the law, trade, and administration. A bright boy of relatively modest birth could, with some luck and a generous benefactor, learn to read Latin fluently and genuinely rise in the world. It wasn't equal, and it wasn't especially wide, but it was a real and steadily growing ladder. Here's the real clincher, though. This was the century that produced an absolute tidal wave of poetry, plays, and printed stories. You simply do not get a golden age of writing without a genuinely hungry audience to consume it. Theaters were packed with ordinary people, and booksellers did brisk business, which points toward the final, crucial truth of the matter. You did not have to read personally to live in a world thoroughly entirely saturated with words. Print was read aloud in homes and taverns. Ballads were sung in the streets. Sermons and official proclamations were spoken directly to gathered crowds. The illiterate still soaked up stories, news, and ideas through their ears alone. Much the way plenty of people today devour audiobooks and podcasts without ever technically reading a single page. So the image of an entire nation reduced to shaky X marks is a caricature. Literacy was genuinely uneven, tilted sharply by class, sex, and geography. But it was real. It was rising quickly, and the written word reached even those who could never personally decode it themselves. The myth of the burning witch, now for one of the darker corners of Tudor justice, and the roaring bonfire the movies have always promised you. Your mental picture of a Tudor witch trial almost certainly ends with a screaming woman tied to a stake, swallowed by flames. If this were continental Europe, you might have a fair point. But in England, convicted witches were almost always hanged, not burned. Burning was reserved for entirely different crimes, heresy, and a particular category called petty treason, such as a wife murdering her husband. On top of that, the truly frenzied mass witch panics mostly arrived after the Tudor era had already ended, not during it. Let's separate the crimes, because the confusion sits right there at the source. In England, once witchcraft became a formal felony under the law, it was punished the way other serious felonies were, by hanging. The condemned went to the gallows, not to pyre. Burning at the stake was reserved by English law for two entirely different offenses. One was heresy, holding the officially wrong religious beliefs, an entire grim story of its own. The other was petty treason, the crime of killing someone you were legally bound to obey, such as a wife murdering her husband, or a servant killing a master. Neither of those categories is witchcraft. The flaming stake and the accused witch belonged, in England at least, to entirely separate columns in the legal ledger. So where did the burning witch image actually come from? Partly from abroad. In parts of continental Europe, and notably in Scotland just across the border, witches genuinely were burned, often in horrifying numbers. Those foreign and neighboring horrors bled steadily into the general imagination, mixed together with England's own separate religious burnings, and eventually congealed into a single blurry picture of witch plus fire, which films then cheerfully cemented for good. A director wants a dramatic blaze on screen, not a quiet, undramatic hanging. So the bonfire won the cultural memory, even though English witches mostly swung from a rope instead. The timing of the popular story is also off. When you picture the great witch panics, the mass trials, the professional witch hunters roaming the countryside, extracting confessions, you're mostly picturing events that came after the Tudor century had already ended in the more paranoid decades that followed. Tudor-era witchcraft accusations certainly existed once relevant laws were passed, but they tended to be more scattered and local than the frenzy of later years. and were often rooted in very domestic grievances. A neighbor blamed for a dead cow, a curdled batch of butter, a sickly child, a run of bad luck pinned squarely on the odd, isolated woman down the lane. That is the sad, mundane heart of most real Tudor accusations. This wasn't typically high Gothic drama with cackling and broomsticks. It was neighbor turning on neighbor, often targeting poor, elderly, isolated women who had simply annoyed someone or become inconvenient to have around. A sharp tongue, a local reputation for cursing, some genuine herbal knowledge, or simply being the strange old woman at the edge of the village could be enough to draw blame the moment misfortune struck nearby. It was a moral panic that fed on grudges, fear, and the deeply human need to find someone to blame for random cruelty, which, if you've ever watched any modern pylon unfold online, feels grimly familiar. So the horror was entirely real, and genuinely innocent people did die for an imaginary crime. But get the details right. In Tudor England, the convicted witch was hanged, not burned. The flames were mostly reserved for entirely different charges, and the truly frenzied mass hunts were largely a later chapter in the story. The screaming pyre is, in a sense, a foreign import wearing an English costume. And no accused woman in Tudor history has been more thoroughly mythologized than one particular queen. The myth of the sixth finger. You've likely heard the whispers that a certain doomed Tudor queen had a sixth finger, extra nipples, warts, and a secret talent for witchcraft that supposedly bewitched a king into ruin. It's a deliciously creepy image. It is also almost entirely propaganda. These lurid details appear mainly in a hostile account written decades after her death by a man with every reason in the world to smear her. Contemporaries who actually laid eyes on her in life described a striking, elegant, sharp-witted woman. Not a many-fingered sorceress of any description. Track the six-finger claim back to its source, and the whole thing wobbles considerably. The vivid catalog of supposed deformities, the extra finger, the strange growths, the alleged marks of the devil, comes overwhelmingly from a book written by a hostile religious author, published almost 50 years after this queen was already dead. This was a man with a fierce personal and political agenda, determined to blacken her name, delegitimize everything she stood for, and by extension, smear her daughter, who by then sat on the throne herself. He was not a witness to anything. He was a propagandist working long after the fact, with every motive to invent a monster where none existed. Now set that beside the people who were actually there at the time, diplomats and courtiers who genuinely met her in person, including sharp-eyed foreign ambassadors whose entire professional job was to notice and report every physical detail. They described her quite differently. She was not, by the fashion standards of the day, a conventional beauty, and some contemporaries frankly said as much. But they described a woman who was elegant, stylish, magnetic, with dark, expressive eyes, a genuinely quick wit, and a natural way of commanding a room. What they conspicuously did not mention in any of these detailed contemporary accounts was a sixth finger. You would reasonably expect a queen with an extra digit to have earned at least a passing line or two in somebody's careful diplomatic notes at the time. Think about it practically for a moment. This was a court utterly obsessed with appearance, bloodline, and any hint of physical imperfection, where a visible deformity could easily be read as a sign of inner corruption or divine disfavor. A genuine sixth finger on a queen would have been the gossip of all Europe, seized upon eagerly by her many political enemies the instant she rose to prominence, not conveniently discovered decades after her execution by a man who had never met her in life. The silence of everyone who actually knew her is, frankly, deafening. The witchcraft angle is just as flimsy under examination. When this queen was formally destroyed, the official charges brought against her were adultery, incest, and treason. A grim enough list, assembled purely to justify getting rid of her politically. Witchcraft was not among the official accusations at all. The notion that she was a literal sorceress who enchanted the king comes from that same later hostile myth-making, the kind of story that tends to get attached to any powerful, disliked woman who ends up on the losing side of history. Call her a witch, and you conveniently turn a political murder into something resembling a righteous exorcism instead, because that, in the end, is really what this whole legend amounts to. A smear campaign that outlived everyone directly involved. She was, by most accounts, a genuinely formidable woman, clever, ambitious, and politically bold, who climbed to an astonishing height and was then torn down by a king who wanted an easy exit and by enemies who simply wanted her permanently gone, rather than admit plainly that a queen had been judicially destroyed for cold political convenience. Later storytellers found it far more satisfying to remake her as a deformed, devilish seductress who somehow had it coming all along. So no, history did not actually record her sixth finger. It invented one long after she was in no position to defend herself. The myth of the man who was always enormous. Her former husband has suffered a very different distortion of his own. You picture this king, and instantly you see the famous portrait. Enormous, glowering, planted like a piece of furniture across an entire doorway. A turkey leg practically implied in his fist. That image was the ending of his story, not the whole of it. The young version of this man was tall, athletic, and genuinely dazzling. A jousting, hunting, music composing, dancing golden boy that foreign visitors positively gushed over in their letters home. The mountainous, ulcer-ridden tyrant of the famous portrait arrived considerably later, following a brutal jousting accident, years of rich food, and a slow slide into paranoia and constant physical pain. Reducing the whole man to that single portrait is a bit like judging an entire life by its single, most difficult decade. Rewind to the very beginning, and you find a genuinely different man entirely. He came to the throne as a teenager, barely 17 years old, arriving like a burst of sunlight after his famously cautious, penny-pinching father. Tall, broad-shouldered, red gold-haired, and glowing with obvious health, he towered over almost everyone standing around him. Foreign ambassadors, professionally cynical men paid specifically to spot weaknesses in any monarch, instead sent home letters practically swooning, calling him the handsomest and most accomplished prince they had ever personally laid eyes on. He was, in effect, the celebrity heartthrob of European royalty, and he knew it perfectly well. He had genuine substance to match the shine too, at least in his youth. He jousted with real skill and reckless courage, wrestled, hunted from dawn until his horses were exhausted beneath him, and played tennis with a ferocity that left his courtiers wheezing to keep up. He was a genuine athlete in an age that thoroughly worshipped physical prowess. And he was, rather annoyingly for anyone hopping to dislike him, genuinely clever as well. He spoke several languages fluently, argued theology with real skill, read widely, and even authored a book defending the church that earned him a grand honorary title from the Pope himself. A title that would become spectacularly ironic in later years. He was seriously musical besides, playing several instruments and composing real pieces performed at his own glittering court. Picture the entire package. A young giant who could outride you, out-argue you, and then sit down and perform a song he'd written entirely himself. It's genuinely obnoxious, viewed from this distance. So what actually happened to change everything? Life happened slowly, and then all at once. The turning point arrived in his mid-40s, when a catastrophic jousting accident left him crushed beneath his own armored horse. The wound to his leg never truly healed properly. It festered into a chronic, agonizing ulcer that plagued him for the remainder of his life, weeping and stubbornly refusing to close. The former athlete could no longer exercise as he once had, yet the appetite of an athlete stayed right where it had always been. He continued eating as though he were still burning it off in the tilt yard, while barely able to walk across a room. The result is the figure you already know. The lean young giant swelled steadily into a mountainous man. His armor eventually led out to a waist measuring well over 4 feet around, hauled between rooms in specially built chairs, in more or less constant physical pain. And prolonged pain over years does genuinely terrible things to a person's temperament. The charming, confident young prince gradually curdled into a suspicious, volatile, ruthless king, quick to suspect betrayal everywhere, and quicker still to sign a death warrant. The executions, the discarded wives, the fear hanging over his later reign, all belong squarely to this second, broken version of the man. And that later version is precisely the one the famous portrait froze forever in place. The vast stance, the narrowed eyes, the jewels straining across an enormous chest. It's a genuinely striking image, and it has completely devoured public memory of the golden boy who came first. Judging him purely by that portrait is like judging any person entirely by their single worst, most painful decade, and pretending the earlier bright years simply never happened at all. The myth of the heartbroken composer, and one of the more charming lies attached to this same king, involves a song. It's such a romantic story that you almost want it to be true. A lovesick king, aching for a woman who keeps refusing him, pouring his entire heart into a haunting melody that still drifts quietly out of music boxes today. Sadly, it's a myth with essentially nothing solid behind it. The musical style of the tune points clearly to a period well after this king was already safely in his tomb. And nobody in his own actual lifetime ever credited him with composing it. He genuinely was a capable musician who composed real, surviving pieces, which is very likely how the legend managed to attach itself so easily in the first place. But that particular tearjerker of a melody was not his personal gift to the woman in question. You can see exactly why the story took hold so firmly, because it's almost too perfect a fit. Take the most famous king in English history. Add one of the most famous doomed romances in English history, and attach the whole package to one of the most recognizable old tunes anyone can still hum on command. It practically writes itself. A story that neat and that emotionally satisfying simply doesn't need solid evidence to spread far and wide. It only needs to be repeated by enough people who never quite thought to check it, which more or less describes the entire history of the human species. The trouble is that the music itself rather gives the whole game away. The particular musical style the melody is built on its structure, and the fashionable technique underpinning it points toward a musical trend that arrived in England only after this king was already dead and buried. In other words, the tune belongs to a later generation's taste entirely. Crediting him with writing, it is a bit like insisting your own grandfather composed a song that only became musically possible years after he had already passed away. The timeline simply refuses to cooperate, and the earliest solid written record of the song itself appears decades after the king's actual death. What makes the myth so persistently sticky is that the raw ingredient underneath it is genuinely real. He truly was a gifted and enthusiastic musician. He played, he sang, and he composed actual surviving pieces, cheerful courtly songs, and sacred works that were performed for his own entertainment. He was visibly proud of the fact, and his court was a genuine hive of musical activity. So when people later went looking for someone famous to pin a beloved old tune onto, a real musician king made for an obvious, flattering candidate. The legend didn't emerge from nowhere. It grew from a true fact, quietly bent into a false one. This is one of the oldest tricks in the entire human storytelling playbook, and you fall for the modern version of it constantly yourself. Think of all the wise, punchy quotations confidently attributed online to famous, clever people, plastered under sunset photographs that those people demonstrably never actually said. We love handing our favorite words and works over to our favorite famous faces because a quote or a song simply feels weightier once a legend is attached to it. Anonymous is boring. Famous is memorable. So the anonymous quietly gets adopted by the famous, and the plain truth loses the race almost every time. None of which takes anything away from the tune itself, which really is genuinely lovely, or from the king, who really could write music worth hearing. It simply means this specific, candlelit image of a heartsick monarch pouring his longing into that particular melody is a beautiful piece of fiction. He did not sit composing it by candlelight in the grip of obsession. Someone, generations later, decided he really ought to have, and history quietly nodded along. The myth of the Managed Queen. From doomed romance, let's move sideways into the reign of the queen everyone consistently underestimates. You might picture the great Elizabeth as a pale, powdered ornament propped up on a throne, while clever men quietly did all the actual governing around her. That notion would have amused her briefly, and then thoroughly infuriated her. She was, by any honest measure, one of the shrewdest political operators of the entire century, a ruler who survived decades of plots, played rival foreign powers against one another with almost icy patience, dangled her own marriage prospects as a diplomatic weapon for years on end, and held a fractious, divided kingdom together largely through sheer force of will and carefully calculated performance. She wasn't managed. She did the managing herself. Look honestly at the mess she inherited, and the scale of her achievement becomes considerably clearer. She came to the throne of a country that was broke, bitterly divided over religion, threatened by far larger foreign powers, and widely convinced that a young, unmarried woman simply could not govern it competently. Most observers at the time expected her to fail quickly, marry in haste, and hand the real business of ruling over to a husband. Instead, she reigned in her own right for over 4 decades, and left the country stronger, richer, and considerably more confident than she had found it. That is simply not what figureheads accomplish. Her real masterstroke was refusing to marry at all, and turning that refusal into a genuine diplomatic weapon. Every unmarried year, she kept a whole parade of foreign princes and domestic nobles hopeful, dangling the prize of her hand as a useful bargaining tool. A rival kingdom might remain conveniently friendly for years, simply because its prince still fancied his own chances with her. She strung along suitor after suitor, extracted real advantages from each situation, and committed to none of them, keeping her personal independence and her political leverage fully intact the entire time. It amounted to a decades-long negotiation in which she held essentially all the cards and never once had to actually show her hand. She was surrounded throughout her reign by formidable and deeply ambitious men. A sharp chief minister, a ruthless spy master, powerful nobles, all jostling constantly for influence. And the lazy version of her story insists they quietly ran the country while she merely smiled and waved from the throne. The truth is that she chose them herself, used them deliberately, played them skillfully against one another, and kept the ultimate decisions firmly in her own hands throughout. They spent entire careers trying to anticipate a mind that consistently stayed several moves ahead of them. She let them argue their positions freely, then decided the matter herself, and everyone at court knew perfectly well whose word was truly final. She survived a genuinely terrifying gauntlet of plots, rival claims to her throne, and direct threats to her life that would have toppled a considerably weaker ruler. She navigated the deadly religious tensions of the age by steering a careful, deliberate middle course, avoiding much of the worst bloodshed that consumed neighboring countries during the same decades. And when a vast foreign invasion fleet threatened her shores, she turned even that genuine terror into effective theater, appearing personally before her gathered troops to rally them in a performance so stirring it echoed for centuries afterward. Whether the danger had fully passed or not at that exact moment, she understood instinctively that looking fearless was fully half the battle, because that was her real genius all along. She grasped, more completely than almost anyone around her, that monarchy itself was a form of performance, and she became an absolute master of it. The jewels, the dazzling gowns, the carefully cultivated image of an ageless, untouchable queen married solely to her country. All of it was deliberate stagecraft, designed specifically to inspire loyalty and awe in equal measure. She built her own legend quite deliberately, and then lived comfortably inside it for the rest of her reign. That is not remotely the behavior of an ornament. That is a ruler who understood the true mechanics of power at a level the ambitious men around her could only privately dream of matching. So figurehead is very much the last word anyone who actually dealt with her directly would ever reach for. She was, by every reasonable account, the sharpest player at a table already full of sharp players. The myth of the tower as pure prison, and speaking of things wrongly reduced to a single grim purpose, consider the Tower of London itself. You hear the name, and your mind files it instantly under torture, beheadings, and vague dread. It certainly did its fair share of grim work over the centuries, but treating it purely as a prison is a bit like calling your entire house simply the room where the boiler lives. The tower was, in truth, a royal palace where monarchs genuinely stayed, a working fortress, the national mint stamping out the country's actual coinage, a substantial armory, the secure storehouse for the crown jewels, and quite wonderfully, a royal menagerie, where lions, leopards, and even a great pale bear were kept over the centuries. Executions were the dramatic exception here, not the daily timetable. Start with its grandest, least remembered role. The tower functioned as a genuine royal palace, complete with royal apartments where monarchs actually lodged, most notably in the days immediately before a coronation, when a new king or queen would traditionally stay there in considerable splendor before processing through the city to be formally crowned. So the very same walls the popular myth paints as pure misery also hosted the glittering eve of the greatest celebration in a monarch's entire life, grim dungeon and gilded palace, sharing the very same complex. Then there's the money, quite literally. For centuries, the tower housed the royal mint, the beating financial heart of the entire kingdom, where the nation's coins were struck, hammered out from glowing molten metal by skilled workers laboring away in its dedicated workshops. Every single coin jingling in an ordinary Tudor purse very likely began its life inside these same walls. The place wasn't merely guarding the realm politically. It was actively manufacturing its cash supply. It also served as the country's great armory and arsenal, packed with weapons and armor, and functioned as the secure storehouse for the crown jewels and the most precious royal records. In an age with nothing resembling a modern bank, where exactly do you keep the single most valuable objects in an entire kingdom? Behind the thickest available walls, the deepest moat, and the most heavily armed guards you can reasonably muster, the tower was, in effect, the national vault. The place, a nervous monarchy stashed everything it genuinely could not bear to lose. And then, quite gloriously, there was the zoo. For a remarkably long stretch of its history, the tower was home to the royal menagerie, a collection of exotic beasts, lions, leopards, and other strange animals, sent as extravagant diplomatic gifts by foreign rulers, kept and proudly displayed as a symbol of royal magnificence. Over the centuries, the collection even included a great pale bear, famously allowed out on a long chain to fish in the river directly beside the fortress. Imagine strolling up to this supposed house of pure horror and being greeted instead by the roar of lions and a bear casually angling for its own lunch. It functioned as a genuine tourist attraction, nearly as much as it did a house of dread. Yes, it held prisoners. And yes, some very famous heads did indeed roll within or near its walls, which is precisely why that single grim function has swallowed the memory of all the others so thoroughly. High-profile executions make for genuinely gripping stories, and gripping stories tend to crowd out the far duller truth. But those dramatic days were, in fact, rare punctuation marks. On the vast majority of ordinary mornings, the tower simply hummed along as a busy, multi-purpose government hub. Its people minting coins, guarding treasure, cataloging armor, and feeding the lions, with not a single beheading anywhere in sight. So picture it properly. Not a grim, single-purpose house of pain, but a chaotic government megacomplex. Palace and fortress and bank vault and armory and zoo, all crammed together behind one famous set of walls. It did, in the end, far more living than dying. The myth of the uniquely cruel queen. Now let's gently reconsider a queen carrying a deeply unfair nickname. You likely know her mainly through that grim nickname, and assume she was a singularly cackling, sadistic monarch who burned people purely for sport. She did indeed have close to 300 people put to death by burning for their religious beliefs, which is a genuine horror and should never be casually waved away. But the cartoon image of one uniquely monstrous queen leaves out crucial context. She was following a brutal pattern common across Europe during this period. Her own religious opponents did precisely the same thing once the political tables turned again. And that memorable nickname was hammered permanently into legend by the very people who ultimately won the propaganda war after her death. Let's be entirely clear and honest first, because the suffering involved was real and genuinely terrible. Under her rule, hundreds of people were condemned and burned for holding what the crown considered the wrong religious beliefs, and their deaths were agonizing and unjust by any reasonable modern standard. Nothing that follows is meant to soften that reality or explain it away. Those were human beings who died horribly for their faith, and they deserve to be remembered with genuine sorrow. The point here is not to excuse what happened, but to understand why she alone became this century's byword for cruelty, when she was far from the only ruler of her era to do such things, because that is the deeply uncomfortable context the nickname conveniently erases. Executing people for their religious beliefs was tragically close to standard practice across much of Europe during this exact period. Rulers of every religious faction did it, each thoroughly convinced they were protecting the one true faith and the souls of their own people. The reverse was also true. Those on the opposite side of the religious divide executed their own opponents both before her reign and after it, often by methods every bit as brutal as anything she oversaw. Cruelty carried out in the name of religion was a shared sickness of the entire age, not the personal invention of one uniquely wicked queen. So why did she specifically become known by that grim nickname, while others largely escaped with cleaner reputations intact? Largely because she lost the long game of historical memory. After her death, the throne passed to the opposing side of the religious divide, and it was that side who went on to write the histories, print the influential books, and shape how she would be remembered for centuries afterward. A hugely popular account of the martyrs who died under her rule, published once her opponents held power, seared her cruelty permanently into the national imagination, while quietly framing the entire story through the eyes of the eventual winners. History's harshest nicknames are handed out by whoever holds the pen afterward, and hers was written entirely by her enemies. There's also the actual person underneath the legend, who was, by most honest accounts, far more tragic than monstrous. She was frequently unwell, worn down by illness, and by the crushing personal disappointments of a body that repeatedly failed her deepest hopes. Her husband, a foreign prince, spent much of their marriage far away from her, leaving her genuinely isolated. She was politically cornered on multiple fronts, clinging desperately to a religious restoration she sincerely believed would save the eternal souls of her people. She was not a villain relishing her own power. She was a lonely, sick, deeply serious woman who believed she was doing something righteous, which is, in many ways, a considerably sadder and more human story than the cackling caricature that eventually replaced her. None of this transforms the suffering into anything other than exactly what it was. But it does dismantle the tidy idea of a uniquely evil monster standing entirely apart from her own time. She was a genuine product of a cruel and frightened age, carrying out cruel acts that many of her contemporaries also carried out, remembered far more harshly than the rest, simply because the losing side of history rarely gets to write its own story afterward. The myth of the gallant cloak. History rarely hands out its nicknames fairly, and few Tudor figures ever collected more undeserved credit than our next celebrity of the age. You've probably absorbed two neat little facts about a certain famous adventurer and courtier: that he gallantly flung his cloak across a puddle so the queen wouldn't muddy her shoes, and that he personally introduced both the potato and tobacco to England. Charming stories. Mostly untrue. The cloak and puddle story surfaces only long after his death, invented by a later writer who simply liked a good dramatic scene. The potato reached Europe through Spanish explorers, not through this man's personal pocket, and tobacco was already trickling into England through entirely different hands, well before he became famous. Take the cloak first, since it's both the most beloved and the most obviously invented of the two claims. There is no contemporary record of the incident anywhere. Nobody who actually lived alongside him at the time ever mentions this supposedly gallant little moment. The tale appears for the very first time more than a century later, in the pages of a writer with a well-documented fondness for a charming anecdote, and a fairly loose relationship with strict historical fact. In other words, it was a nice story invented long after everyone involved was safely dead, and entirely unable to say, actually, that never happened. The potato claim is a similar case of a good origin story quietly attaching itself to a famous name. The potato is native to South America, and it made its way into Europe primarily through Spanish explorers and traders who encountered it there first. Our adventurer had essentially nothing to do with that particular journey. The link to him is a later patriotic embellishment, tidied up and passed along until it hardened into accepted fact, partly because he happened to hold estates where the crop was later cultivated. An entire continent's worth of anonymous exploration got quietly compressed down into one dashing Englishman's personal pocket, because a single hero makes for a much better story than a messy web of anonymous traders. Tobacco is the claim with at least a genuine grain of truth buried inside it, though even that gets twisted somewhat in the retelling. tobacco was already arriving in England through various other hands by the time this particular man became famous. What he genuinely did do was help make pipe smoking fashionable among the glittering set at court, turning it into a stylish, modish habit among the wealthy. That is a real accomplishment, and it matters. But making something fashionable is simply not the same thing as introducing it in the first place. However much the legend prefers the bigger, bolder claim, he was very much the influencer here, not the original inventor. So why does so much of this stray legend cling to one particular man? Because he really was a genuinely spectacular figure, and spectacular figures tend to act as magnets for stray stories. He truly was a bold adventurer, a favorite of the Queen, a backer of ambitious ocean voyages, a hunter of distant treasure, a poet, a courtier, and eventually a prisoner who met a suitably dramatic end. A life that vivid becomes a convenient peg on which to hang all manner of anecdotes. When people want a colorful origin story for some object or gesture, they naturally reach for the colorful man already at hand, and the story finds a comfortable home nesting inside his existing reputation. You do exactly the same thing yourself today, if you think about it honestly. Consider how the most famous, quotable celebrities and geniuses end up credited with clever lines and daring deeds they had absolutely nothing to do with, simply because attaching the story to a household name makes it travel further and land considerably harder. Fame is a kind of gravitational field, and loose facts tend to fall directly into it, being one of the brightest stars of his particular age. This man pulled in rather more than his fair share of stray, unearned credit, the myth of the timeless Christmas bird. And speaking of things wrongly assumed to be ancient, timeless Tudor tradition, let's carve into Christmas dinner. You imagine a grand Tudor Christmas table groaning under a magnificent roast turkey, exactly like your own, because surely that's simply timeless. In fact, the turkey had only just arrived from the New World partway through the Tudor century, a strange, exotic bird that a small handful of wealthy, adventurous eaters were only beginning to try. It was nowhere near the standard festive centerpiece it eventually became. Your average grand Tudor feast was considerably more likely to star goose, capon, or beef. Or for the truly showy household, a boar's head paraded in with great ceremony. Consider the timing carefully, because it makes the whole modern assumption look rather absurd. The turkey is a bird native to the Americas, and it only crossed the ocean to reach English shores partway through the Tudor era. So, for a good chunk of the century, the very bird you now consider a Christmas essential simply was not present in the country at all. Expecting it on an early Tudor table is a bit like expecting your own great-great-grandparents to have owned a working television. The thing hadn't arrived yet, and when it finally did, it arrived as a novelty rather than as any kind of established fixture. When the turkey finally did show up, it was treated as a curiosity for the rich and the daring, an exotic foreign bird to be tried and shown off precisely because it was new and unusual. A wealthy, fashionable host might serve one specifically to impress dinner guests with his own worldliness, rather the way someone today might proudly present a trendy imported delicacy at a dinner party. But that is the exact opposite of tradition. It was the flashy newcomer crashing the party, not the honored guest everyone already expected to see. So what was actually the star of a grand Tudor Christmas table? Something considerably more established. A fine, fat goose was a genuinely classic festive roast, rich and flavorful. Capon, a plump, specially raised bird, graced many a wealthy household's table. Great joints of beef and cuts of venison spoke plainly of abundance and social status. And for the truly grand household showing off its wealth, nothing beat the sheer theater of a boar's head, garnished and garlanded, carried into the hall in a grand ceremonial procession to the visible delight and awe of the assembled diners. That was the genuine showstopper of the season, not a turkey. It helps here to remember that Christmas itself was a very different beast entirely in this period. A sprawling feast season lasting 12 full days, rather than a single afternoon meal. For those who could afford it, this was a long, glorious stretch of eating, drinking, music, games, and general revelry, with tables piled high across many successive days. Abundance was the entire point, and that abundance took many different forms, very few of which involved the one specific bird you now consider mandatory. The turkey's eventual rise to become the definitive Christmas bird came much later, generations after the Tudors, when changing tastes and a famous sentimental Christmas story helped cement it firmly as the festive default in the popular imagination. It's a genuinely recent tradition dressed up convincingly as an ancient one, which turns out to be a remarkably common trick throughout history. So many things we casually assume are timeless turn out, on closer inspection, to be surprisingly young, invented within a couple of centuries, and then quietly backdated in our collective minds to the very dawn of time. So your Christmas turkey is not the ghost of some Tudor Christmas past. It's a relative latecomer that muscled its way to the head of the table long after the Tudors were gone, elbowing aside the goose and the boar's head that had actually ruled the season before it arrived. The myth of the unbroken night. And since we've now arrived at the end of the feasting, it's nearly time for bed, which hides yet another quiet misunderstanding. You picture crawling into a large, soft Tudor bed and sleeping straight through until the rooster crows, because what else would anyone possibly do at night? Two genuine surprises are waiting for you here. First, many Tudor people didn't sleep in one single, solid block at all. They experienced a first sleep and a second sleep, waking naturally somewhere in the middle of the night to pray quietly, talk, tend the fire, or simply lie there thinking, before drifting back off again afterward. To them, this was entirely normal. Second, that popular idea that the phrase "sleep tight" refers to tightening the ropes strung beneath a mattress is a tidy little story with essentially no real evidence behind it whatsoever. Let's linger for a moment on that segmented sleep pattern, because it's genuinely one of the most quietly fascinating details of the entire era, and rather soothing to think about as you lie here yourself tonight. Before the night was flooded with artificial light, people commonly slept in two distinct shifts. The first sleep began not long after darkness fell, since there was little else productive to do once daylight was gone. Then, a few hours later, deep in the middle of the night, people simply woke up, not in any panic, not tossing restlessly, just calmly and naturally awake, as an ordinary part of the night's rhythm. This waking hour, the quiet gap sitting between the two sleeps, became its own small, gentle world. People used it for all sorts of things. Some prayed quietly in the stillness, finding it a peaceful, almost holy stretch of time. Some spoke softly with whoever happened to share their bed. Some rose briefly to tend the fire, check on animals, or step outside for a moment. Some visited neighbors nearby, and some simply lay there in the dark, thinking, letting their minds wander freely through the events of the day. Then, once drowsiness eventually returned, they sank back into their second sleep and rested peacefully until dawn. Nobody found any of this remotely strange. It was simply how the night worked, so ordinary, in fact, that people barely bothered writing it down, which is precisely why we forgot about it so thoroughly. What eventually erased the pattern entirely was artificial light. As brighter lighting spread and gradually pushed bedtimes later and later into the evening, the long natural night compressed. The middle gap slowly closed up, and people gradually consolidated their rest into a single, unbroken block instead. The two-sleep rhythm faded from memory so completely that we now treat one solid, uninterrupted stretch of sleep as the only natural, correct way to rest. And we quietly panic whenever we can't manage it ourselves, which brings a genuinely comforting thought for anyone lying awake right now, in the middle of their own night. That familiar jolt of waking somewhere in the small hours, staring at the ceiling, convinced something must be wrong with you, because you can't simply sleep straight through until morning, might be nothing more than a faint echo of that ancient, natural rhythm quietly resurfacing. Your body may simply be doing something people did contentedly for countless generations before you. The wakefulness itself is not necessarily a malfunction. It may, in a very real sense, be a memory. As for sleeping tight, the popular explanation is a charming little modern invention. People love to claim the phrase comes from old rope-strung beds that needed regular tightening to keep the mattress properly supported. So wishing someone a tight sleep meant wishing them a well-tensioned bed frame. It's a satisfying image, and it's almost certainly false. There is no solid evidence for it anywhere in the historical record, and the word tight has simply long meant soundly, securely, and snugly. Wishing someone a good night's sleep tight most likely just meant wishing them a good, sound, secure rest. No bed ropes required at all. So your night in Tudor England is, in the end, stranger and considerably gentler than you expected, quietly broken into two peaceful halves. And that entirely invented phrase happens to be the perfect doorway into the greatest myth machine of them all, the myth about where our phrases came from. At some point, a viral message likely landed in your inbox or in your family group chat, confidently explaining that an entire basket of everyday English phrases was born in this exact century. The saying about raining animals apparently comes from creatures sleeping up in thatched roofs and tumbling down whenever it rained hard. People were supposedly so desperately poor that entire households shared one dirt floor with no private place to relieve themselves. The old phrase about discarding something valuable, along with something worthless, supposedly, came from an entire family, bathing in one increasingly filthy tub of water. Every single bit of this is invented. That entire list traces back to a joke message that spread widely across the internet in the early 2000s, cheerfully explaining the supposedly grim historical origins of dozens of common English phrases, all conveniently rooted in the 1500s. It's precisely the kind of thing a well-meaning relative forwards along with the subject line. You won't believe this one, and it's almost entirely nonsense. A piece of playful folk history someone invented purely for entertainment, which then escaped into the wild and bred like rabbits ever since. The pattern behind these fake explanations is always identical, and once you spot it, you genuinely can't unsee it. Take a common, ordinary phrase, invent a vivid and slightly gross little historical scene to explain its origin, and make that scene as instantly memorable as humanly possible. Animals tumbling down from a soaked thatched roof, a grim, shared bathtub where the water grew so murky by the final wash that you might genuinely misplace a small child in it. A house so wretched it single-handedly defined an entire phrase about poverty. Each of these paints an instantly vivid picture that lodges itself firmly in memory, which is exactly why these explanations spread so effectively, and why they're so difficult to dislodge afterward. But the real, documented origins of these phrases are almost always considerably murkier, duller, or entirely different from the tidy little tale attached to them. Some genuinely are quite old. Some are actually far younger than the 1500s, and most have origins that professional scholars either argue about endlessly or simply cannot pin down with any real confidence at all. The honest truth, as usual, is a shrug and a maybe, which is deeply unsatisfying. And unsatisfying explanations lose every single time to a confident, gross, oddly specific story, even when that confident story happens to be pure fiction. Here's the truly delicious part, though. This particular myth is fake history about the very making of history itself. It's a myth about where myths and words actually come from, which makes it the perfect specimen to close our collection with tonight. And it spreads by exactly the same mechanism this entire evening has been quietly exploring. A good, vivid, shareable story, beating a boring, complicated truth over and over again, until enough people repeat it that it eventually starts to feel like established common knowledge. It's the flat earth, the coded nursery rhyme, and the burning witches, all over again, just wearing the costume of etymology this time, and you have almost certainly fallen for it yourself, at least once. You read that clever little forwarded list, felt a small, warm glow of, I never actually knew that, and quietly filed it away as fact, ready to deploy confidently at your next dinner party. That warm glow, that satisfying little click of a neat explanation snapping perfectly into place, is exactly the feeling that lets bad history travel so far and so fast in the first place. The more pleasing a story feels, the less we tend to bother checking it, which is a genuinely useful lesson worth carrying well beyond the 1500s. So the next time a perfectly tidy origin story arrives wearing a confident air of secret, forbidden knowledge, greet it with a gently raised eyebrow. It's probably a modern invention wearing a very old costume, the myth of incomprehensible speech. Since we've spent so much of tonight untangling old sayings, let's clear up how these people actually spoke. You assume that if you opened your mouth here, or worse, tried to read a Tudor playbill aloud, the whole thing would come out as baffling, ancient gibberish, packed with impossible spellings and words nobody alive could possibly parse. People love calling this Old English. It is not. Old English is the language of epic poetry composed many centuries earlier, and it is genuinely unrecognizable to you as English at all. What the late Tudors actually spoke and wrote is early modern English, which is essentially your own language wearing a very fancy, old-fashioned hat. Read it aloud, and you will understand the vast majority of it without much trouble. Let's sort out the labels properly, because people fling these terms around with total confidence and almost total inaccuracy. Old English really is the ancient stuff, the language you'd find in the very earliest surviving English epic poems, and if you saw a page of it, you would very likely not recognize it as English at all. It reads like a genuinely foreign language, with only a few oddly familiar shapes here and there, because to a modern reader, it essentially is one. Then there's Middle English, the language of Chaucer's era, which is a genuine struggle to read, but is at least occasionally squintable with effort. What the late Tudors actually used was a third thing entirely, early modern English, and it sits close enough to your own language that you could plausibly argue with a Tudor about the weather without too much trouble at all. The proof of this is that you have almost certainly already read early modern English and understood it perfectly well. The famous plays and poems of the era, once you push past the dense poetry itself, are written in words you already know, arranged into sentences you can generally follow. The famous speeches that get quoted at you constantly are difficult not because the underlying language is alien, but because they are dense, clever poetry, packed tightly with jokes, insults, and references to a world you no longer live in. That is a difficulty of wit and cultural context, not a difficulty of raw vocabulary. Strip away the fancy verse, and the everyday speech underneath is remarkably plain and direct. The parts that genuinely trip you up are mostly cosmetic. Spelling wasn't standardized yet, so the same writer might spell the identical word 3 completely different ways on a single page, purely depending on mood or space. That looks chaotic on the page, but read aloud, it usually resolves instantly into a word you already know. And then there are the famous thee, thou, and thy, which everyone assumes were stiff, formal, old-fashioned words reserved for addressing your social betters. Here's the delightful twist. They were actually the casual, intimate forms, the words you used with close family, dear friends, small children, and social inferiors. The genuinely polite, formal, respectful pronoun of the day was, of all things, you. So the speech pattern you assume sounds fancy and archaic was frequently the exact opposite of fancy. It was cozy and familiar. The sound itself would have been noticeably different, mind you. The accent had shifted considerably from earlier centuries and was still actively settling into something new. So a Tudor speaker would not have sounded remotely like a modern film actor doing a posh, plummy voice, but the words themselves, the actual vocabulary, would be roughly 90% familiar to your ear, with the odd, unfamiliar term easily puzzled out from context. Exactly the way you already manage when reading something written by your own great-grandparents. The writers of this age were also busy inventing and popularizing new words at a genuinely furious rate, coining terms and phrases you still use every single day without ever realizing where they originally came from. So far from being some crusty, dead tongue, this was English caught in one of its most creative, explosive, inventive moments, throwing off new words like sparks from a fire. You're not standing here in some fog of gibberish. You're standing at a lively, familiar, slightly differently pronounced version of your own language, caught mid-growth spurt. So you could, in fact, hold a perfectly workable conversation here tonight, awkwardly, but genuinely. The myth of the noble living in a castle. Step outside for a moment and look toward the horizon, where you half expect every wealthy family in the district to be living behind tall stone battlements, arrow slits, and a working drawbridge. Popular imagination insists that any respectable Tudor lord lived in a proper castle, brooding and fortified, ready at any moment to withstand a siege. By the time you've actually woken up in this century, that picture is mostly out of date and has been for some while. Castles, in the sense of serious defensive fortresses bristling with battlements, were largely a product of earlier, considerably more violent centuries, when rival lords genuinely needed to withstand armed assault from their neighbors. And the crown's control over the countryside was far less secure than it had become by Tudor times. By the 16th century, England was, for the most part, a far more centrally governed and internally peaceful place. A wealthy family's greatest threat was rarely a rival lord's private army arriving at the gate. It was more likely to be royal disfavor, a bad harvest, or an unfortunate marriage alliance gone wrong. Under those conditions, a genuine fortress stops being a particularly useful investment and starts becoming, frankly, a very expensive, drafty inconvenience. So the ambitious Tudor family built something rather different. The great manor house, or the sprawling country house, designed not to repel a siege, but to display wealth, taste, and hospitality. Enormous glazed windows, glass itself being a genuine luxury, and a loud declaration of prosperity replaced narrow defensive slits. Elaborate chimneys, an increasingly common architectural showpiece in their own right, replaced grim battlements. Long galleries for walking indoors during bad weather, and displaying portraits and tapestries for visiting guests to admire, replaced any thought of a working moat. Formal gardens, elaborate courtyards, and grand entrance halls were built specifically to impress, not to withstand a battering ram. A Tudor nobleman wanted arriving visitors to gasp at his taste and his fortune, not to worry about surviving the night. Older medieval castles certainly still existed across the landscape, and plenty remained inhabited in some fashion. But many were gradually adapted, partially abandoned, converted into more comfortable residences, with those same large new windows punched through ancient defensive walls, or repurposed entirely for administrative and storage purposes rather than defense. Some crumbled slowly into picturesque ruin over the following century, admired for their romantic decay rather than feared for their defensive strength, the genuinely grand new architectural statements of the age. The palaces built to impress a visiting monarch, the country houses built to announce a family's rising fortune, increasingly abandoned the whole castle concept altogether in favor of comfort, light, and elaborate display. There is a lovely irony buried in all of this. The very stone walls that once represented brutal necessity in an earlier, more violent age had, by Tudor times, become almost a fashion statement in their own peculiar way. Some grand new houses even added decorative, non-functional battlements purely for visual effect, gesturing back toward an older, more martial aesthetic that no longer served any practical defensive purpose whatsoever. It was castle cosplay, in essence, worn purely for the look of the thing. So no, you have not woken up in a land where every wealthy family huddles behind stone walls, awaiting siege. You've woken up in an age when the truly ambitious were competing instead over who could build the most magnificent house, full of glass, light, and elaborate gardens. The 16th century equivalent of competitive home renovation, played out on an absolutely enormous scale. The myth of the overnight religious switch now let's wander into considerably more delicate territory: religion itself, and the popular assumption that an entire nation simply flipped its faith on command, the moment a royal proclamation announced it, with everyone quietly falling into line without complaint. In reality, the religious upheavals of this century were messier, slower, and far more personally painful for ordinary people than any tidy textbook summary usually suggests. Across the span of a single Tudor century, England's official religion changed direction more than once, sometimes dramatically, driven by decisions made at the very top of society for reasons that were often as much political and dynastic as they were genuinely theological. Monasteries that had stood, prayed in, and provided charity for centuries were dissolved and stripped of their wealth within the space of just a few years. Religious practices that had structured ordinary village life since time out of mind, festivals, processions, the appearance of the local church interior itself, were altered, reversed, and sometimes altered again, all within a single person's lifetime. The popular myth imagines this happening cleanly, almost bureaucratically. A royal announcement, a shrug from the general population, and life continuing on exactly as before, just with different words spoken from the pulpit. The reality on the ground was considerably messier. Many ordinary people genuinely mourned the old ways as they vanished, the familiar saints' days, the visual richness of a church interior suddenly stripped bare. The monasteries that had quietly supported the local poor now shuttered and sold off to ambitious new landowners. Others embraced the changes with real, sincere conviction, having grown genuinely uneasy with aspects of the older religious order. Loyalties frequently ran along regional lines, family lines, and simple personal temperament, rather than splitting neatly according to social class or geography in the way a simplified summary might suggest. There were also real acts of open resistance along the way, organized uprisings, petitions, and quiet, stubborn defiance carried out at real personal risk. Some people continued practicing their old faith in secret, at genuine danger to themselves and their families, adapting hidden spaces within their own homes for exactly this purpose. Others informed on neighbors who did the same, sometimes out of sincere conviction, sometimes out of old grudges dressed up conveniently as religious zeal. The switch, in other words, was neither instant nor universally welcomed. It was negotiated, resisted, mourned, and embraced, all at once, by people living through genuinely dizzying change within the span of a single, ordinary lifetime. And crucially, the change wasn't simply a matter of private personal belief. It reshaped the physical landscape itself. Stone from dissolved monasteries was hauled away and repurposed for entirely new buildings. Land that had belonged to the church for centuries changed hands rapidly, creating new fortunes for some families and genuine hardship for others who had depended on monastic charity and monastic employment. Entire local economies built around religious institutions had to reorganize themselves, often quite painfully, within the span of a single generation. So the picture of a single obedient nation smoothly switching its faith on royal command, without friction or genuine cost, badly undersells what actually happened. It was a genuinely turbulent, deeply personal upheaval, playing out differently in every village, in every family, and in every individual conscience across the kingdom. Not a clean bureaucratic memo quietly filed and forgotten. The myth of the romantic sea adventure. Let's step outside once more, this time toward the coast, where popular imagination insists on a rather dashing picture. Brave English captains sailing boldly off toward glory and gold, cheered from the docks, returning triumphant with holds full of treasure, and a nation proud behind them. It's a stirring image. It also conveniently edits out almost everything genuinely difficult, dangerous, and morally uncomfortable about Tudor seafaring. Ocean voyages in this century were, first and foremost, appallingly dangerous undertakings, and popular memory tends to remember only the successful returns. A ship setting out on a long voyage might easily lose a third or more of its crew before ever reaching home again, claimed by scurvy, by shipwreck, by disease picked up in unfamiliar ports, or simply by violent storms that left no trace at all. The romantic image of the dashing sea captain conveniently skips past the cramped, filthy conditions below decks, the meager and often rotting rations, and the very real prospect that a voyage undertaken for adventure and profit might simply end in an unmarked, watery grave with no one back home ever learning quite what happened. The financial reality was equally less glamorous than the legend suggests. Most voyages were financed as commercial ventures, backed by wealthy investors, expecting a hard-nosed financial return, not funded purely out of patriotic or scientific curiosity. A captain who failed to turn a profit, regardless of how bravely he had conducted himself, could expect a distinctly cool reception on his return, whatever dashing stories he might tell at court. Success and failure were measured in ledgers as much as in glory, and plenty of genuinely skilled captains ended their careers in debt, disgrace, or simple obscurity, despite having survived voyages that would have terrified you. And then there is the considerably darker side of this era's celebrated seafaring that popular legend often quietly steps around altogether. Some of the exploration and trading voyages of this century were directly entangled with the earliest stages of the transatlantic slave trade, a genuinely brutal and morally indefensible business that later centuries would expand into an industrial-scale horror. The dashing captains celebrated in patriotic legend were not uniformly noble adventurers discovering new lands for the sheer joy of discovery. Some were directly profiting from human trafficking, alongside piracy, plunder, and the violent seizure of territory that already belonged to people who had lived there for generations before any English ship ever appeared on the horizon. Piracy itself, meanwhile, occupied a genuinely blurry legal position throughout the period. A privateer carrying official royal blessing to raid enemy shipping was, from the Crown's perspective, a patriot and a valuable source of plundered wealth. From the perspective of the ship being raided, he was simply a pirate, indistinguishable in practice from any other armed robber on the open water. Some of the era's most celebrated seafaring heroes operated in exactly this legally convenient gray zone. Celebrated at home precisely for activities that would have earned them a hanging had they been caught by the wrong flag. None of this erases the genuine skill, courage, and navigational achievement involved in Tudor seafaring, which was considerable by any honest measure. But the tidy, purely heroic version of the story, brave captain, brave crew, glorious flag planting, universal celebration, leaves out the scurvy, the debt, the drowned sailors nobody remembers by name, and the genuinely troubling human cost that funded a fair portion of the glory in the first place. The myth of the purely comedic codpiece. Early in tonight's episode, we mentioned the codpiece only in passing as a punchline. It's worth returning to properly because the popular assumption that this was simply an embarrassing fashion accident, a piece of clothing history, finds purely funny in hindsight, misses what was actually a fairly serious, deliberate piece of Tudor social signaling. The codpiece began its life as a straightforward practical solution to a tailoring problem. As men's hose grew closer fitting and outer garments grew shorter through the earlier part of the century, a simple flap or pouch became necessary to cover what earlier, looser garments had modestly concealed on their own. That's the boring, practical origin. What happened next is the genuinely interesting part. Over the following decades, this humble practical patch transformed into an increasingly elaborate, padded, decorated, and occasionally quite dramatically sized accessory. Stuffed, shaped, and sometimes even used as a convenient pocket for small items. Wealthy and fashionable men had codpieces tailored from the same rich fabrics as the rest of their elaborate outfits, decorated with jewels, ribbons, and intricate embroidery, sized in ways clearly intended to draw the eye rather than discreetly avoid it. This was not an accident of tailoring anyone was quietly embarrassed about. It was a deliberate, visible display of virility, wealth, and status, worn proudly at court by some of the most powerful men in the kingdom, including, notably, portraits of the very king we discussed earlier tonight, whose own codpiece grew steadily more prominent in his official portraiture as his reign progressed. Historians have offered various explanations for why the fashion grew so pronounced during exactly this period, ranging from simple competitive display among ambitious courtiers to more particular theories tied to specific health concerns of individual monarchs, to simple shifting tailoring trends spreading outward from court fashion. Whatever the precise mixture of causes, the effect was unmistakable. For several Tudor decades, a garment modern audiences find almost purely comedic functioned as a perfectly serious, thoroughly legible piece of status display. Exactly like the sumptuary law-regulated colors and fabrics we discussed earlier tonight. The fashion eventually faded as tastes shifted later in the century, replaced by different silhouettes and different ways of signaling status through clothing. But for a meaningful stretch of Tudor court life, this was not a joke. It was a serious, sartorial statement, worn with total confidence by serious, powerful men, in exactly the spirit that expensive black dye and gold thread were worn elsewhere on the very same bodies. Vanity, once again, proves itself endlessly creative in every single century, including this one. The myth of the unchanging village. One more quiet misconception deserves untangling before we let you finally drift off tonight. The comforting notion that the ordinary Tudor village sat still, generation after generation, entirely unchanged, its rhythms of farming and land untouched by anything resembling modern upheaval. In reality, the Tudor countryside was undergoing genuinely significant, often painful transformation throughout this century, and the people living through it were keenly, anxiously aware of the fact. For centuries before the Tudors, much English farmland had operated under older communal systems, with villagers holding scattered strips of land across shared open fields, and with common land available to all for grazing animals, gathering fuel, and foraging. During the Tudor century, a steadily accelerating process of enclosure began reshaping this older arrangement. Ambitious landowners, increasingly drawn by the genuine profitability of wool in a booming international cloth trade, began fencing off and consolidating land that had once been farmed communally or grazed in common, converting it instead into large, privately controlled sheep pasture. For the landowner making this change, the economics were genuinely compelling. Sheep required far less labor than arable farming, and wool commanded excellent prices in a hungry export market. For the ordinary villagers who had depended on that same common land for generations, the change could be genuinely devastating. Families who had grazed a cow or gathered fuel on common ground, for as long as anyone could remember, suddenly found that ground fenced, hedged, and legally closed to them. Some lost their livelihoods outright. Villages that had supported dozens of farming families sometimes found themselves reduced to a handful of shepherds tending vast new pastures, with the displaced families forced to seek work elsewhere, often drifting toward towns and cities that were themselves growing rapidly, not always able to absorb them comfortably. This was not a change that happened quietly or without protest. Enclosure provoked real anger, real petitions to the crown, and on occasion, genuine armed uprising. As displaced communities pushed back against landowners they felt were destroying a way of life for personal profit, government responses to these tensions varied considerably across the century, sometimes attempting to slow or restrict enclosure through legislation, sometimes doing very little to stop it at all, caught between sympathy for displaced villagers and the undeniable fact that the wool trade was generating real national wealth. The countryside, in other words, was not a static, timeless backdrop against which Tudor drama merely happened to unfold. It was itself a genuine site of economic transformation, displacement, and real conflict, playing out at exactly the same time as the religious and political upheavals we've already discussed tonight. A Tudor villager watching common land fenced off before their eyes was living through a version of economic disruption that would feel entirely recognizable to anyone today watching an established local industry vanish, or a familiar neighborhood transform beyond recognition within a single working lifetime. So the quiet, unchanging Tudor village of popular imagination, timeless fields, timeless customs, nothing ever really shifting from one century to the next, is itself a comforting fiction. The land beneath these people's feet was changing hands, changing purpose, and changing hands again throughout this entire century, often leaving real winners and real losers scattered across the very same parish. The myth of the constant sword fight. Wander into any Tudor tavern in your imagination, and you probably picture drawn swords flashing at the slightest provocation, duels erupting over spilled ale, every gentleman one careless remark away from a fatal fight in the street. Real Tudor life, thankfully for the people actually living it, was considerably less swashbuckling on a day-to-day basis than the movies suggest. Even though the underlying legal and social reality around violence was genuinely more complicated, and in some ways more dangerous than a simple duel. Carrying a sword was common enough among gentlemen, certainly, and it functioned partly as a practical tool, partly as a fashion accessory, and partly as a serious badge of social rank, much like the regulated colors and fabrics we discussed earlier tonight. But actually, drawing that sword against another person was a considerably more serious matter than popular fiction suggests, carrying genuine legal consequences that could follow a man for the rest of his life, regardless of how the fight itself had started or who had struck first. Formal, ritualized dueling in the polished sense you might picture from later centuries. Two gentlemen meeting by appointment at dawn, seconds standing by, an agreed code of honor governing every step, was not yet the fully developed institution it would later become in England. What existed instead was messier and considerably more common. Sudden, unplanned violence erupting from insults, debts, romantic jealousy, or simple drunken misunderstanding, spilling out into the street or the tavern yard with whatever weapon happened to be closest at hand. Court records from the period are genuinely full of exactly this kind of case. A quarrel over a card game, a shove that escalated. A knife drawn in a moment of drunken anger, ending in injury or death, followed by a very real legal reckoning for whoever survived the encounter. The legal system took this seriously, and the consequences were severe. Killing another person, even in what might feel like a fair fight provoked by the other party, could still result in a genuine murder charge. And the outcome of any given case depended heavily on circumstance, witnesses, and no small amount of luck in front of whichever court happened to hear it. There was no reliable, universally respected code of honor that quietly excused a killing simply because both parties had technically agreed to fight. A man who drew his sword in anger was gambling not just with his own life in the moment, but with his freedom and his family's fortunes for years afterward, should the matter go badly for him in court. Ordinary daily life, meanwhile, was rather less dramatic than any of this suggests. Most Tudor people went about entire years without ever drawing a weapon in anger against another person, occupied instead with the genuinely exhausting business of farming, trading, raising children, and simply surviving. The clashing swords version of Tudor life is a colorful exaggeration built from the genuinely dramatic court cases and occasional real duels that happened to survive vividly in the historical record, precisely because drama, then as now, got written down and remembered far more reliably than an ordinary, uneventful afternoon. So carry your imaginary Tudor sword with appropriate caution tonight. It was a genuine fashion statement and a real legal liability in equal measure, not a casual invitation to nightly street combat. The myth of the joyless Tudor childhood. One final quiet misconception before we finally let the evening settle into rest. The assumption that Tudor childhood itself was simply bleak from the very first breath. Small, grim workers set immediately to hard labor, with nothing resembling play, affection, or genuine joy anywhere in the picture. The truth, once again, sits somewhere gentler and more human than either extreme. It's certainly true that Tudor childhood carried real hardship that would strike you as genuinely alarming today. Infant mortality, as we discussed near the very start of tonight's episode, was tragically high. Children from poorer households were expected to begin contributing real, useful labor from a fairly young age, minding younger siblings, helping in the garden or the workshop, learning the beginnings of a trade well before you'd consider it appropriate now. Formal schooling, where it existed at all, was far from universal and was considerably more available to boys than to girls, and to wealthier families than to poorer ones. But hardship and warmth are not opposites, and Tudor households were not simply grim little labor factories devoid of affection. Surviving letters, wills, and legal records from the period are full of genuine parental tenderness. Worried notes about a sick child, careful provisions made in a will for a beloved son or daughter, real grief recorded plainly on the death of a young child, expressed in terms that would feel entirely familiar to any parent today. Children in this period played. They had dolls, small toys, simple games involving balls, hoops, and marbles, rhymes and songs passed down informally between generations, much like the nursery rhyme we examined earlier tonight, minus its invented plague backstory. Wealthier households commissioned portraits of their children dressed in miniature versions of adult fashion, a slightly odd visual convention to modern eyes, but one that reflects real parental pride rather than any absence of affection. Education, where it was available, was not universally the grim, purely disciplinarian affair popular imagination sometimes suggests either, though discipline in the Tudor schoolroom was, by modern standards, genuinely harsh, and corporal punishment was widely accepted as a normal teaching tool. Grammar school education for boys of the right background could be genuinely rigorous, built around Latin, rhetoric, and classical literature, producing some of the sharpest minds of the century by its end. Girls of wealthier families were frequently educated at home, sometimes to a genuinely impressive standard in languages, music, and household management. Even though formal grammar school education remained largely closed to them, the line between childhood and adulthood, admittedly, sat in a different place than it does for you now. A Tudor teenager might already be working as an apprentice or a household servant, gaining real skills and real responsibility years before you would consider handing over anything similar today. But that earlier transition into responsibility does not mean childhood itself was simply erased or unfelt. Children in this world were still recognized, quite clearly, as children indulged, disciplined, taught, mourned, and loved, according to the particular customs and constraints of their own century, rather than yours. So no, Tudor childhood was not a uniformly bleak stretch of miniature labor, devoid of tenderness. It carried real hardship you would find genuinely difficult to imagine enduring yourself, sitting right alongside real affection, real play, and real parental pride that would feel entirely, comfortably familiar to you tonight. The myth of public execution as daily entertainment. One more image deserves a closer, calmer look before we finally let you rest. The popular assumption that Tudor town life revolved constantly around public executions, as though every single week brought another cheerful crowd gathering to watch someone hanged, purely for the entertainment value of the spectacle. Executions certainly happened in this world, and they were indeed public, but treating them as a routine weekly form of casual entertainment badly misreads what they actually meant to the people watching. Public execution served a very specific, deliberate purpose in Tudor society, and it had very little to do with entertainment in the sense you might casually use that word today. The state wanted these events witnessed, precisely because the entire point was deterrence and the visible reinforcement of royal and legal authority. A public hanging, or in the rare cases of treason, something considerably more elaborate and gruesome, was meant to be seen by as many people as possible, so that the lesson about the consequences of serious crime would spread quickly through gossip and first-hand account alike. It was a piece of state theater, deliberately staged, with real political weight behind every detail of how it was conducted. That doesn't mean the crowds gathering to watch felt nothing resembling the complicated mixture of fascination, dread, and grim curiosity you might expect from any gathered crowd witnessing a dramatic, rare public event. Human curiosity around death and spectacle is not a uniquely modern phenomenon, and Tudor crowds were made up of ordinary human beings, not uniformly solemn moral philosophers standing in respectful silence. But the frequency of these events is where the popular myth badly overstates reality. Executions, even in a reasonably large Tudor town, were not a weekly fixture on the calendar in the way market days or church services were. They were relatively rare, genuinely significant occasions, precisely because their power as deterrents depended on remaining memorable rather than routine. The condemned themselves were frequently expected to deliver a final speech before the crowd, often one accepting guilt, praising the monarch, and warning onlookers away from similar crimes. A piece of scripted theater in its own right, sometimes coerced, sometimes seemingly sincere, that reinforced the entire performance's underlying political message. Clergy attended to offer final religious rites. The event carried genuine solemnity and real state ceremony layered over the horror of it, rather than functioning as a casual, jeering carnival atmosphere in the way certain films like to portray it. None of this softens the genuine brutality involved, which was real, and which fell disproportionately on the poor and the powerless, exactly as legal punishment so often does across history. But the picture of Tudor townsfolk casually strolling down to watch an execution every other week, the way you might casually attend a weekly market, considerably overstates how frequent and how casually regarded these events actually were. They were rare, deliberate, politically charged spectacles, not routine daily background noise in an ordinary Tudor life. The myth of the immobile social ladder, and one final quiet correction before the biggest myth of the night. The assumption that Tudor society was a perfectly rigid, entirely immobile hierarchy, where a person born into poverty stayed there without exception, generation after generation, with absolutely no realistic path upward regardless of talent or effort. The reality allowed for considerably more genuine movement than that grim assumption suggests, even while the overall system remained, by any modern standard, deeply unequal. Social mobility in Tudor England was real, even though it was neither easy nor common in the way modern societies sometimes imagine their own mobility to be. Trade, in particular, offered a genuine, well-worn pathway upward. A bright, ambitious young man apprenticed to a skilled trade in a growing town could, considerable luck and years of disciplined work, rise to become a master craftsman himself, eventually employing apprentices of his own and accumulating real property and genuine civic standing along the way. Successful merchants, particularly those engaged in the booming wool and cloth trade we discussed earlier, could and did accumulate fortunes rivaling or exceeding those of established landed gentry, buying their way into land ownership and occasionally into a title itself over the span of a generation or two. The church offered another genuine avenue upward for a talented boy of otherwise modest birth. A bright student who caught the attention of a generous patron might find his education funded, rising through the church hierarchy on the strength of genuine ability, ending his career in a position of real influence that would have been entirely unreachable through inherited status alone. Royal service offered a further path, however narrow and competitive it remained. Able administrators, skilled lawyers, and talented courtiers of relatively modest origin could, and did, rise to positions of enormous influence at court, occasionally becoming some of the most powerful men in the entire kingdom, purely on the strength of demonstrated competence and royal favor, rather than inherited bloodline alone. None of this should be mistaken for anything resembling equal opportunity in a modern sense. The overwhelming majority of Tudor people born into poverty stayed in poverty their entire lives, and the paths upward that did exist were narrow, competitive, and frequently required exactly the kind of lucky patronage or fortunate connection that most people simply never encountered. Movement downward was real too, and arguably easier to fall into than movement upward was to climb. A single bad harvest, a ruinous debt, or a fall from royal favor could unravel a family's fortune within a single generation, sending a once comfortable household tumbling back down toward genuine hardship. But the rigid, frozen-in-place caste system of popular imagination, where birth alone determined absolutely everything about a person's entire future, with no exceptions whatsoever, undersells the genuine, if narrow, mobility that did exist throughout this century. Ambitious merchants really did buy their way into the gentry. Talented craftsmen really did rise from apprentice to master to respected civic figure, and the entire restless, anxious energy behind those elaborate sumptuary laws we discussed earlier tonight, the laws attempting to legally freeze exactly who could wear which color, only made sense in a society where people actually were climbing, competing, and blurring the lines between ranks often enough to genuinely worry the authorities trying to keep those lines neatly drawn. The myth of theater for the few. Before we settle fully into the closing reflection of the night, one last correction, and a genuinely cheerful one to end on. You might assume that the great flowering of Tudor drama, all those plays and poems we've referenced throughout tonight, was an entertainment reserved strictly for the wealthy and the well-educated. performed quietly behind palace walls for a small, refined audience of nobles, murmuring appreciatively to one another. The reality was considerably louder, considerably more democratic, and considerably more chaotic than that image suggests. The great public playhouses of the later Tudor period were built specifically to turn a profit from ordinary paying customers, and the pricing structure reflected that reality directly. For the price of a single penny, genuinely affordable to a working laborer, a servant, an apprentice on their afternoon off, you could stand in the open yard directly in front of the stage, among the so-called groundlings, and watch the same performance. A wealthy patron might pay considerably more to enjoy from a covered gallery seat above. The theater was, in a very real sense, one of the most genuinely mixed social spaces available in the entire city, packing servants, apprentices, merchants, gentlemen, and the occasional slumming nobleman into the very same yard, all watching the very same performance together. This mixed audience shaped the plays themselves in fascinating ways. Playwrights of the era wrote with genuine skill for every level of that audience simultaneously, layering clever wordplay and classical references that would delight an educated nobleman, directly alongside broad physical comedy, body jokes, and thrilling sword fights that would keep a rowdy standing crowd of laborers and apprentices thoroughly entertained through a long afternoon performance. A single scene might contain a sophisticated philosophical soliloquy, immediately followed by a crude joke about bodily functions, precisely because the audience contained both the university-educated gentleman and the illiterate apprentice standing shoulder to shoulder in the very same yard. And a successful playwright needed to hold both of their attention at once. The atmosphere inside these playhouses was, by all surviving accounts, considerably livelier and rowdier than the hushed, reverent silence you might associate with modern theater attendance. Groundlings ate, drank, heckled, cheered, and occasionally threw food at a performance they disliked. Vendors moved through the crowd selling nuts, fruit, and drink throughout the performance itself. It was less like a formal modern theatrical evening and considerably more like attending a lively modern sporting event, complete with genuine crowd noise, real audience participation, and an unmistakable current of shared communal energy running right through the entire afternoon. Women, it's worth noting, attended these performances too, though the professional acting companies themselves remained entirely male throughout this period, with young male actors trained specifically to play female roles. This wasn't regarded as unusual within the period's own conventions. It was simply the accepted structure of professional theater at the time, and audiences of the era engaged with it entirely on its own terms, rather than finding it remarkable in the way it might strike you tonight. So the great flowering of Tudor and early Jacobean drama that produced some of the most enduring literature in the entire English language was never a rarefied entertainment reserved quietly for the privileged few. It was raucous, genuinely democratic, commercially driven popular entertainment, built deliberately to please a laborer standing in the mud for a single penny, every bit as much as a nobleman seated comfortably above in a covered gallery. The golden age of English drama was built, in the most literal sense, on pennies gathered from ordinary working people, standing together in an open yard, sharing an afternoon. The myth of the single English voice. One very last quiet correction, before we finally let the whole evening settle into rest. You've probably pictured everyone in this world speaking with the same generic, vaguely posh accent you've heard in period films. One uniform Tudor voice, shared identically from the northern hills to the southern coast. In reality, Tudor England was a patchwork of genuinely distinct regional accents and dialects, different enough from one another that a farmer from the far north and a merchant from the deep southwest might have found each other's everyday speech surprisingly difficult to follow at times, despite technically sharing the very same language. England in this period had nothing resembling the modern broadcast media that gradually smoothed and standardized spoken accents across an entire nation centuries later. Most people lived, worked, and died within a fairly small radius of where they had been born, which meant regional speech patterns, local vocabulary, and distinct pronunciations developed and persisted with real staying power across generations, largely undisturbed by outside influence. A visitor traveling from one end of the country to the other would have noticed the shift in accent and vocabulary almost immediately. Sometimes within the space of a single day's journey between market towns. London itself, as a growing commercial and political hub, drawing ambitious people in from every corner of the country, developed into a genuine linguistic melting pot, with its own particular dialect, gradually gaining prestige precisely because it was the speech of the court, the printing trade, and the emerging centers of commerce and government. This London-based dialect would eventually become the foundation of what later generations came to regard as standard English. But that process was still very much underway during the Tudor century itself, not yet complete, and certainly not yet universally spoken outside the capital and its immediate surroundings. Regional identity, tied closely to this linguistic diversity, remained genuinely significant throughout the period. People frequently identified strongly with their home county or region, sometimes viewing travelers from distant parts of the country with the same mild, instinctive suspicion you might reserve today for an unfamiliar visitor from an entirely different nation. Local customs, local festivals, local dialect words for everyday objects, and locally specific turns of phrase all persisted robustly, creating a genuinely rich, varied linguistic landscape that a single generic Tudor accent completely fails to capture. Written English, meanwhile, was gradually becoming somewhat more standardized during this century, driven largely by the spread of printing, which favored consistent spelling and a dialect close to London's own, for the simple, practical reason that it reached the widest possible reading audience. But spoken English on the ground remained wonderfully, stubbornly diverse, and would continue to remain so for a very long time afterward. So when you imagine stepping into Tudor England tonight, resist the urge to picture one single, uniform accent drifting evenly across the entire country. Picture instead a genuinely varied chorus of regional voices, each one distinct, each one entirely legitimate, none of them the single authentic Tudor voice, because no such single voice ever really existed in the first place. The myth of the freely printed word. One final quiet correction belongs alongside our earlier discussion of literacy and the printing revolution, because it's tempting, once you've heard how quickly cheap print spread through Tudor society, to assume that spread was somehow unregulated and free. Pamphlets and books flowing wherever curiosity and commerce carried them, with no authority paying much attention. The reality was considerably more watchful, and printing in this century operated under real, active scrutiny from both church and crown alike. The printing press was, by this point in the century, recognized clearly by those in power as a genuinely dangerous technology, capable of spreading ideas, religious, political, and otherwise, faster and further than any government of the period could comfortably control through older, slower methods. Authorities responded accordingly. Printing itself was subject to licensing requirements, with certain approved printers granted the right to operate, and others deliberately excluded, particularly if their previous work had strayed into politically or religiously sensitive territory. Books and pamphlets considered dangerous, heretical, or seditious could be, and regularly were seized, banned, and in some cases publicly burned, with their printers and authors facing genuinely serious punishment for producing them in the first place. This mattered enormously given the religious upheavals we discussed earlier tonight. Each shift in official religious policy brought with it a corresponding shift in which books and pamphlets were suddenly acceptable, and which were suddenly dangerous to own, sell, or even be caught reading. A pamphlet perfectly legal to own under one monarch might become genuinely hazardous contraband under the very next one. And printers and booksellers had to navigate these shifting currents carefully, at real personal risk, if they wanted to stay both in business and out of prison. None of this stopped the flow of print entirely, of course. Underground and illegal printing operations existed throughout the period. Smuggling in banned religious texts, controversial pamphlets, and material the authorities would very much have preferred never reached ordinary readers at all. Some of this illicit material was smuggled in from printing presses operating overseas, beyond the reach of English authorities, then quietly distributed through informal, trusted networks at real risk, to everyone involved in the chain. The cat-and-mouse game between authorities determined to control the printed word, and printers, sellers, and readers determined to access material regardless, ran continuously throughout the entire century, never fully resolved in either direction, though the printing revolution that helped drive rising literacy across Tudor England was never quite the free, unregulated flow of information you might casually assume from a modern vantage point. It was a genuinely contested space, watched closely by authorities keenly aware of exactly how much power the printed word now carried, and navigated carefully, and sometimes dangerously, by the printers, booksellers, and ordinary readers determined to make use of it regardless of the risk involved. The myth of the rightless peasant. One final quiet correction before we let the town settle into sleep around you. The assumption that an ordinary Tudor peasant possessed essentially no legal rights whatsoever, existing as little more than property belonging to a lord, in the manner of an earlier medieval serf bound permanently to the land. By the Tudor century, that older, harsher system of legal serfdom had substantially eroded, and most ordinary rural people, whatever their very real economic hardships, held a set of genuine legal rights and freedoms that would have surprised you. Legal serfdom in its strictest medieval form, where a person was formally bound to a particular lord's land, unable to leave, marry, or work elsewhere without explicit permission, had been steadily declining across England for generations before the Tudors came to power, hastened along by earlier population changes that had shifted the balance of bargaining power somewhat in favor of ordinary laborers. By the time you've woken up in this century, the overwhelming majority of English people were legally free in ways that mattered. Free to move between villages, seeking better work. Free to enter contracts and agreements in their own name. Free to bring genuine complaints before local courts. And free to marry whom they chose, within the practical limits imposed by poverty and family expectation, rather than any formal legal bondage. This does not mean life was remotely equal, or that ordinary people held anything resembling modern legal protections. Rank still mattered enormously, and the law still treated wealthy landowners and their poorer tenants very differently in practice, even where the formal rules applied to both in theory. Economic pressure, debt, and simple desperation could functionally trap a poor family in a bad situation just as effectively as any formal legal bond once might have. But the specific, particular chains of medieval serfdom, a lord's explicit legal ownership over a bound laborer's very person, had substantially loosened by this point, replaced by a messier, more market-driven relationship between landowner and laborer, mediated by wages, rents, and contracts, rather than by inherited legal bondage. Ordinary people use the courts more than you might expect. 2. Local and county courts handled a steady stream of genuine disputes brought by people well down the social ladder. Disagreements over unpaid wages, disputed inheritances, boundary disputes between neighboring smallholders, and complaints about shoddy workmanship or broken agreements. These were not simply matters decided unilaterally by a lord's personal whim. They moved, however imperfectly, through an actual system of law that ordinary people could and did invoke on their own behalf. So the Tudor peasant of popular imagination, voiceless, rightless, entirely at the mercy of an all-powerful lord's whim, undersells a genuinely more complicated legal reality. Life remained hard, precarious, and deeply unequal by any modern standard. But it was not, for most people by this point, a condition of formal bondage. It was something closer to grinding, unequal poverty within a real, if deeply imperfect, legal framework. A distinction that mattered enormously to the people actually living inside it, even if it rarely makes it into the popular imagination of the period. The myth of the storm that won the war. Let's return briefly to the great naval drama we touched on earlier tonight, because a particular detail deserves its own careful unpacking. You've likely heard that when a vast invasion fleet threatened England's shores late in the century, the entire crisis was resolved essentially by luck alone. A convenient, providential storm scattering the enemy ships before a single decisive battle needed to be fought. English skill and preparation barely entering into it at all. It's a tidy story. It also badly shortchanges the very real naval strategy, technology, and courage that came first. The invading fleet that sailed for England that year was genuinely enormous and genuinely formidable, built around large, heavily armed galleons designed for the different naval tactics favored by its home country. English commanders, however, had spent years building and refining a fleet of smaller, faster, more maneuverable ships, crewed by genuinely skilled sailors and captains who understood English coastal waters intimately, rather than meeting the invading fleet in the traditional close quarters, boarding-focused combat its commanders expected and were prepared for. English ships used their superior speed and maneuverability to harass the invading formation from a distance, exploiting long-range gunnery in ways the enemy fleet was not well configured to counter effectively. A particularly decisive moment came when English commanders sent fire ships, vessels deliberately set ablaze, and steered into the tightly packed enemy formation under cover of darkness, directly into the invading fleet as it lay at anchor. The resulting panic broke the enemy's tight defensive formation entirely, scattering ships that had, until that moment, been protecting one another closely, forced into a hasty, disorganized retreat northward around the coast. The scattered fleet then ran directly into genuinely severe storms on its long journey home, losing a substantial number of ships to the weather during that retreat. So the storm absolutely did play a real and significant role in the disaster that ultimately befell the invading fleet. But it arrived only after English strategy, superior ship design, and the fireship tactic had already broken the enemy's formation and forced it into a dangerous, poorly planned retreat route in the first place, crediting the entire outcome to a lucky change in weather quietly erases years of naval preparation, genuine tactical skill in the heat of the engagement itself, and no small amount of calculated risk-taking by English commanders willing to gamble with those fire ships in the first place. The phrase supposedly carved onto a commemorative medal afterward, crediting God's own wind for the entire victory, captures a genuine and sincerely felt piece of the era's religious worldview. Tudor commanders and monarchs alike were entirely willing to credit divine providence for a fortunate turn of events, and did so proudly and publicly. But sincere religious gratitude for a lucky break is not quite the same thing as historical cause and effect. The English fleet had already won the tactical engagement that mattered most before the weather ever entered the story at all. The myth of one man inventing a language. And finally, before we let this whole long night settle fully into quiet, one more myth about words themselves. You've probably heard it claimed that a single celebrated Tudor playwright single-handedly invented an almost unbelievable number of English words and phrases, sometimes claimed in the thousands, conjuring huge swaths of the language essentially from nothing, purely through his own genius. It's a wonderfully flattering story for anyone who loves this particular writer's work. The real picture is considerably more modest and arguably more interesting. What is genuinely true is that this was an era of explosive linguistic invention across the board, as we discussed earlier tonight. And this particular playwright was an unusually prolific, unusually visible user of that expanding vocabulary. He wrote an enormous body of surviving printed work, performed before enormous audiences, at exactly the moment cheap print was spreading his words further than almost any writer before him. When a scholar centuries later goes searching for the earliest printed appearance of a given English word or phrase, this particular playwright's plays and poems, being unusually well preserved and unusually thoroughly catalogued, turn up disproportionately often simply because so much of his work survived intact, and because it was searched so exhaustively compared to the sermons, pamphlets, and ordinary conversation of everyone around him that left far thinner written traces. That is a very different claim from personally inventing a word from nothing. Many of the words and phrases credited to him were, in all likelihood, already circulating in spoken English, in now lost pamphlets, in sermons nobody bothered carefully preserving, or in the ordinary chatter of London streets that left no written record at all. He may well have been the first person to write a given word down in a text that happened to survive to the present day, without being anywhere close to the first person to actually say it aloud. Being the earliest surviving written record of a word is simply not the same historical claim as being its true, sole inventor. None of this diminishes his genuine skill as a writer, was considerable by any honest measure. He combined existing words in strikingly original ways, coined genuinely new compound phrases with real skill, and had an evident ear for language that helped popularize expressions which might otherwise have faded quietly into obscurity. Being an unusually gifted popularizer and combiner of language is itself a genuine, worthy achievement. It is simply a different achievement from single-handedly inventing enormous stretches of the English language from a blank page, which is the more exaggerated version of the claim that tends to circulate. This is, in the end, precisely the same pattern we've traced all night. A famous name acting as a gravitational pull for stray credit that more properly belongs to an entire anonymous, overlapping generation of ordinary speakers, writers, and forgotten pamphleteers, all shaping the language together at the very same moment in history. The playwright genuinely was extraordinary. He simply wasn't extraordinary in quite the singular, language from nothing way the popular legend prefers to tell it. The myth of the simple royal visit. One more small, curious detail before we close things out. The popular assumption that when a Tudor monarch traveled the country, it amounted to little more than a pleasant royal wave from a passing carriage, a brief formality, and then everyone quietly returning to their ordinary business. In reality, a royal progress, the formal, extended tour a monarch made through the countryside, staying at the homes of favored nobles along the way, was an enormous, genuinely alarming logistical and financial event for anyone unlucky enough to be hosting it. When word arrived that the monarch intended to stay at your grand country house for several days as part of a summer progress, this was simultaneously the greatest honor imaginable and a potential financial catastrophe. A royal visit did not simply mean the monarch arriving alone for a polite dinner. It meant an entire traveling court descending on your household all at once. Hundreds of courtiers, guards, servants, and hangers-on, all expecting to be housed, fed, and entertained in a style befitting royal company for as long as the visit happened to last, which was frequently decided largely at the monarch's own pleasure rather than the host's convenience. Ambitious hosts poured genuinely staggering sums into these visits, building temporary structures to house the overflow of visitors, commissioning elaborate entertainments, fireworks, and pageants, and serving feast after feast at a scale that could quietly bankrupt an otherwise wealthy family for years afterward. And yet hosts competed fiercely for the privilege anyway, because a successful royal visit could also cement a family's status and influence at court for a generation, while a visit gone visibly wrong through some perceived insult or embarrassing shortage could just as easily end a courtier's career entirely. For the ordinary villagers living near a great house during one of these progresses, the arrival of the royal court brought its own considerable disruption. Local farmers might find crops requisitioned to feed the visiting horde, roads suddenly crowded with traveling wagons and livestock, and local resources strained considerably by the sudden arrival of hundreds of extra mouths passing through. The genuine spectacle and excitement of catching a glimpse of the monarch in person coexisted, quite realistically, with the real practical burden such a visit placed on an entire local area for its duration. So the popular image of a monarch's country visit as a brief, charming formality misses the sheer scale of the thing entirely. A royal progress was less a polite social call, and considerably more a small traveling government temporarily relocating itself at tremendous cost and disruption to wherever the monarch's pleasure happened to point next. The myth of the untouched village church. One last quiet correction belongs alongside our earlier discussion of the Reformation, because it's easy to assume the religious upheaval of this century was something that happened purely in distant royal courts and grand cathedrals, leaving the humble parish church at the center of ordinary village life largely untouched. In reality, the physical, everyday experience of walking into your own local church changed dramatically, more than once, within a single Tudor lifetime, and the people in the pews felt every one of those changes directly. Picture the interior of an ordinary parish church at the very start of the century. The walls were richly painted with scenes from Scripture and the lives of saints, vivid storytelling for a congregation that couldn't necessarily read the words in a prayer book themselves. Statues of saints stood in niches around the building, often dressed in real fabric and adorned with small offerings left by hopeful or grateful parishioners. Candles burned before particular images associated with specific personal concerns: a safe childbirth, a healed illness, a safe return from travel. The church was not simply a building for solemn weekly attendance. It was a richly decorated, sensory, deeply local space, woven tightly into the practical hopes and fears of everyone who used it. Across the course of the century, waves of religious reform swept through, and each wave left its own mark directly on that same physical building. Statues were removed, sometimes smashed outright, sometimes quietly hidden away by parishioners hoping the political and religious winds might someday shift back in their favor. Wall paintings were whitewashed over, their vivid scripture scenes buried under plain, blank plaster, considered by reformers to be superstitious distractions from proper worship rather than pious storytelling. Candles before saints' images were extinguished for good, and side altars once dedicated to specific saints were dismantled entirely, their fittings sold off or repurposed. The building itself became, quite literally, a visible record of the shifting religious policy playing out at the national level. For ordinary parishioners, this was never merely an abstract theological debate happening somewhere far away. It was watching the physical space where you had been baptized, married, and would eventually be buried change dramatically around you. sometimes within the span of just a few years, sometimes revering course entirely, and then revering back again as national policy shifted under a new monarch. Some parishioners embraced each change with real, sincere relief, having grown genuinely uncomfortable with what reformers characterized as superstitious clutter. Others watched cherished, familiar images vanish from walls they had known their entire lives, and felt a real, personal grief at the loss, whatever the official theological justification offered for it. Church wardens, ordinary local officials drawn from the parish itself, kept detailed accounts, recording exactly this kind of change. Payments made to have images removed, payments made for whitewash, careful records of goods sold off when a side altar was dismantled. These mundane financial records, surviving in parish archives, give historians an unusually intimate, ground-level view of how national religious upheaval actually played out inside one small, specific building, used by one small, specific community, week after week, across an entire turbulent century. So the parish church of popular imagination, a quiet, unchanging backdrop to ordinary Tudor life, untouched by the grand religious drama unfolding elsewhere, misses just how directly and personally that drama reached right into the heart of every single village. The building itself, and the people gathering inside it every week, absorbed the full force of a century's religious upheaval, one whitewashed wall and one dismantled altar at a time. The myth of the silent marketplace, one final small correction, tucked in alongside our earlier discussion of women's real influence in Tudor society. You might assume that the marketplace itself, the noisy, practical heart of buying and selling in any Tudor town, was essentially a male domain, with women confined quietly to the home, while men handled the actual business of commerce. Step into an actual Tudor market square, and you would find that assumption collapsing almost immediately. Women were a constant, active presence in Tudor market life, not occasional visitors, but genuine participants in the daily business of buying and selling. Many women ran market stalls directly, selling dairy products, eggs, poultry, garden produce, baked goods, and homemade ale, often goods produced by their own household labor and sold under their own management. The alewife we discussed earlier tonight is only one example of a much broader pattern of female commercial activity playing out weekly in market squares across the country. Female hucksters and petty traders, often operating with very small amounts of capital, formed a genuine and recognized part of the local economy, buying goods in bulk from larger producers and reselling them in smaller, more affordable quantities to households that couldn't purchase in bulk themselves. Market regulations of the period, interestingly, treated these women as genuine economic actors in their own right, subject to the same local rules around fair weights, honest measures, and appropriate stall placement as any male trader. Local court records occasionally show women fined for short-waiting customers, or praised for consistent fair dealing. Exactly the kind of ordinary commercial record-keeping that assumes a woman is a legitimate, independent party to a transaction, not merely an extension of her husband's business conducted in his name. Widows, in particular, often took on considerably more prominent commercial roles than a married woman legally could, precisely because widowhood freed them from the legal constraints that folded a married woman's economic identity into her husband's. A widow who had helped run her late husband's shop or stall for years often simply continued running it afterward in her own name, sometimes building it into a considerably more substantial enterprise than it had been during her husband's lifetime. Free at last to make her own commercial decisions without needing his formal sign-off. The noise and chaos of an actual Tudor market day, then, would have sounded considerably more mixed than popular imagination suggests. Female voices calling out prices and haggling over goods, right alongside male ones. An ordinary, unremarkable feature of daily commercial life, rather than any kind of surprising exception worth particular comment at the time. So the marketplace, like so much else we've examined together tonight, turns out to be considerably less rigidly divided along the lines popular imagination assumes. It was loud, practical, genuinely mixed, and it depended, in no small part, on the constant daily labor and business sense of Tudor women working right alongside the men beside them. The myth of the ENSLAVED servant. And finally, one last quiet correction about the ordinary rhythm of Tudor life before we let the whole century finally rest. You may assume that anyone working as a household servant in this period existed in a condition close to outright bondage, trapped for life in service with no real prospects, no freedom, and no path forward of their own. In reality, domestic and agricultural service was, for the overwhelming majority of ordinary young Tudor people, an entirely normal, temporary, and genuinely useful stage of life, not a permanent condition imposed against anyone's will. As we touched on earlier tonight when discussing marriage patterns, most ordinary teenagers and young adults in this period spent a stretch of years working as servants in someone else's household, whether on a farm, in a craftsman's workshop, or within a wealthier family's home. This was not typically a life sentence. It was a recognized, temporary phase, usually beginning in the young teenage years, and typically ending once a person had saved enough and gained enough practical skill to establish a household of their own, which, as we discussed, generally happened somewhere in a person's mid-20s. These arrangements were also, crucially, structured through actual contracts and customary terms, not simply imposed without consent. A servant typically agreed to work for a specific master for an agreed term, usually around a year at a time, receiving in return not just a wage, but also room, board, practical training in a trade or in household management. At the end of an agreed term, a servant was generally free to seek a new position elsewhere, negotiate improved terms with the same master, or move on entirely if the arrangement had proven unsatisfactory. This gave ordinary young workers a meaningful degree of practical leverage and mobility that a condition of true bondage would never have allowed them. None of this means service was universally pleasant. Masters and mistresses varied enormously in temperament, and a servant unlucky enough to land with a cruel or exploitative household had real, if imperfect, legal and social avenues for complaint, but relatively little practical power in the moment. Hours were long, physical work was often genuinely exhausting, and the gap in status between servant and master remained real and constantly visible. But the fundamental relationship was one of a temporary, negotiated labor arrangement between two parties, not outright ownership of one person by another. For young women in particular, a stretch working in domestic service often provided practical training in exactly the household skills: cooking, brewing, managing accounts, overseeing a working farm or kitchen. That would later make her a genuinely capable manager of her own household once she eventually married, far from being simply lost years spent in servitude. This period of service functioned, for many, as a genuine apprenticeship in adult life, preparing young people for the independent households they would go on to run themselves in time. So service in Tudor England, whatever its very real hardships, was a normal, expected, temporary stage of ordinary life for the overwhelming majority of young people, entered into through actual agreements, with a real, expected endpoint waiting at the other side of it. Not the permanent bondage the word, servant, sometimes wrongly conjures in the modern imagination, the myth of the merely vain white face. Look now toward the fine ladies and gentlemen of the wealthier households you've encountered tonight, their faces powdered to a striking, almost porcelain white. And you might assume this was simply an aesthetic preference, no different in principle from any modern cosmetic trend, a passing fashion, harmless in itself. The uncomfortable truth is that the specific pale, flawless complexion so admired at the wealthiest levels of Tudor society was very often achieved through genuinely toxic means, and the fashion for it was tangled up with disease, class anxiety, and real physical harm in ways the simple word vanity doesn't fully capture. Pale, unblemished skin carried enormous social meaning in this world. It signaled that you did not labor outdoors under the sun, that you belonged to a class wealthy enough to remain indoors and untouched by weather and manual work. It also, in a considerably darker sense, signaled the absence of visible scarring from smallpox, a disease that swept through Tudor England repeatedly, leaving survivors permanently marked with deep pitted scars across the face. A flawlessly pale, smooth complexion was not merely pretty. It was a visible proof that you had either escaped this disfiguring disease entirely, or possessed the wealth and status to disguise its lasting marks convincingly, to achieve and maintain that prized pale complexion. Wealthy Tudor men and women reached for cosmetic preparations that we now know to be genuinely dangerous. A popular whitening preparation combined white lead with vinegar, applied directly and repeatedly to the skin to achieve that fashionable porcelain finish. Lead absorbed steadily through the skin over months and years of regular application causes real, cumulative physical harm, skin damage, hair loss, and broader poisoning of the body's systems, the effects worsening the longer and more heavily the preparation was used. Some of the most celebrated beauties of the Tudor court were, in effect, slowly poisoning themselves in pursuit of a fashionable complexion, entirely unaware of the mechanism, causing the very skin problems the makeup was meant to disguise in the first place, which then required an even heavier application to conceal. In a genuinely vicious cycle, there is a particular irony worth sitting with here. The pale beauty fashionable partly because it signaled freedom from disease and disfigurement was, for its most devoted followers, quietly manufacturing a slower, less visible kind of physical damage of its own. Nobody understood the toxicology involved at the time. Physicians of the era had no framework for connecting gradual lead exposure to the skin and health complaints it caused. So the cosmetic remained fashionable regardless, passed down through generations of court beauties as a trusted, if expensive, secret. This wasn't confined only to a handful of eccentric individuals, either. It reflected a broader Tudor pattern we've already traced tonight more than once. Genuine physical risk quietly accepted in pursuit of visible status, whether through blackened teeth signaling wealth through sugar consumption, elaborate dress signaling rank through sumptuary law, or a poisoned complexion signaling health and status through sheer, dangerous persistence. Vanity, once again, proves itself remarkably consistent across the centuries, and remarkably willing to accept real physical cost in exchange for the right visible signal. The myth of the smooth royal handover. One final historical correction before we turn properly toward sleep. Popular memory tends to imagine the Tudor succession as a tidy, orderly sequence, one monarch passing the crown cleanly to the next in an unbroken, predictable line. Each transition a simple formality rather than a genuine moment of danger. The real sequence of Tudor succession was considerably messier, and at several points, genuinely dangerous for anyone caught on the wrong side of it. The century's ruling family had, in fact, seized the throne only after a long and genuinely bloody period of civil conflict between rival noble houses. A fact that hung over the entire dynasty's sense of its own legitimacy for generations afterward. Having finally secured the crown, the family's founding king spent considerable effort no small amount of ruthlessness, eliminating rival claimants who might otherwise have reignited that earlier conflict. A pattern of anxious vigilance about succession that echoed through his descendants as well. The drama did not end there. When the reigning king's only surviving son eventually inherited the throne, it followed years of very real anxiety about the absence of a surviving male heir. Anxiety that reshaped religious policy, foreign alliances, and multiple royal marriages in turn. Precisely because a secure succession was considered essential to avoiding a return to earlier civil conflict, when that same king's own son eventually inherited the throne as a child, still a minor. The kingdom was effectively run by a council of competing nobles jockeying for influence over the young monarch. A genuinely unstable arrangement that ended with the boy king's early death after only a few years on the throne. What followed his death was a moment of genuine constitutional crisis, rarely given its full due in popular memory. A hastily arranged attempt to divert the succession away from the line most people expected briefly placed an entirely different young woman on the throne for a matter of days before that arrangement collapsed, and the more widely expected heir successfully claimed the crown instead. An episode that ended in real executions for those who had gambled and lost on the wrong side of the dispute. The following reign brought its own dangerous instability. As a queen who had inherited a country bitterly divided over religion, pursued a program of religious restoration that provoked real rebellion, and left her own succession dangerously uncertain for years, given her lack of a surviving child. Only with the final Tudor monarch's death, after 4 decades of careful, deliberate rule, did the crown finally pass to an entirely new royal house altogether, the Tudor line itself having run out of direct heirs entirely by that point. Even that final transition, though managed with unusual care and diplomatic groundwork, was hardly the guaranteed, automatic formality popular memory sometimes assumes. It depended on careful diplomatic arrangements made quietly in advance, and could easily have gone rather differently had circumstances shifted even slightly. So the neat image of an orderly, predictable royal line gliding smoothly from one confident monarch to the next across the century badly understates just how genuinely precarious the whole dynasty's grip on power remained throughout its rule. Nearly every succession in this century carried real danger, real uncertainty, and real human cost for those who guessed wrong about which side would ultimately prevail. The biggest myth of all, which brings us at last to the biggest, softest, most comforting lie of the entire night. The one quietly humming beneath every other myth we've gently taken apart so far. The one you've probably half believed this whole evening without ever quite nomming it. That Tudor England was somehow a simpler, merrier place. A golden age of maypoles and feasts and honest hard work, existing before life got so complicated. It's a genuinely beautiful daydream. It is also, in the end, the biggest lie of them all. Life here was shorter for a great many people, harder for most, and ruled constantly by disease, hunger, and the unpredictable whims of the powerful. But it was not the gray cartoon of endless, joyless misery either, nor was it the sanitized fairy tale sold in the tourist brochure. It's worth understanding why this particular daydream feels so seductive in the first place, because it genuinely says more about you, sitting here tonight, than it ever says about the Tudors themselves. Modern life often feels relentless, cluttered, exhausting, a constant blur of screens, notifications, and endless small demands on your attention. So the mind naturally reaches backward, searching for a picture of something calmer. It conjures a soft-focused past full of green fields, tight-knit villages, simple pleasures, and honest physical labor. A world without the endless complications you carry around with you now, every single day. It's a comforting fantasy, a quiet place to mentally retreat to whenever the present feels like too much. The trouble, of course, is that it never actually existed in the form your imagination has built for it. Strip away the nostalgic glow, and Tudor life was genuinely brutal for the overwhelming majority of people living through it. Disease could empty an entire household within a single week, with no real warning and absolutely no reliable cure. A single failed harvest meant genuine hunger, sometimes outright starvation, for an entire community. Work was backbreaking, endless, and offered no safety net whatsoever if your body eventually gave out, or if your luck simply ran dry at the wrong moment. Your entire fate could be upended overnight by the passing mood of a landlord, a local lord, or a distant monarch you had never met, and against whom you had no meaningful recourse at all. Simpler, in the comforting sense the daydream means it, this was not. It was precarious, in ways that would genuinely terrify you if you had to live through it yourself, even for a single winter. But here is the crucial other half of the picture, the half the grim, gray cartoon version of history consistently gets wrong. It was not a joyless, colorless slog of pure suffering either. These were vivid, colorful, fully alive human beings. They laughed uproariously at things that would still make you laugh today. They sang and danced at every opportunity the calendar allowed them. They played games, drank and feasted when circumstances permitted it, fell in love in all the same complicated, messy ways you do now, told filthy jokes behind closed doors, gossiped viciously about their neighbors, cheated one another, and forgave one another in roughly equal measure, dreamed ambitiously, and schemed relentlessly. Their streets were genuinely bright with color, as we discovered earlier tonight. Their festivals were loud with music. Their taverns were warm with real, unmistakable life. They were funny, clever, cruel, kind, petty, and brave, often all within the very same single afternoon. They were, in every single way that actually counts, exactly as human as you are, lying here right now, that is the real truth quietly hiding behind every myth we've carefully turned over together tonight. The past was neither the enlightened cartoon where our ancestors were simple fools who genuinely thought the world was flat and never once bathed, nor was it the cozy fairy tale where everything was somehow merrier, cleaner, and kinder than your own complicated life is today. It was a real place, full of real, complicated people, no wiser and no more foolish than you are yourself. They were simply handed a considerably harder set of cards to play, and they played those cards with the same stubborn, familiar mixture of misery and joy that defines pretty much every ordinary human life in every century, including your own right now. Each myth we've carefully untangled tonight was, in the end, a story we told ourselves to make the past feel simpler than it actually was, either to feel quietly superior to the people who came before us, or to envy a golden age that, on closer inspection, never really happened at all. The messy, colorful, deeply contradictory truth turns out to be far stranger and considerably richer than either comfortable extreme, and far more genuinely worth knowing than either comfortable lie. The Tudors don't need your pity, and they certainly don't need your envy. They simply deserve to be seen at last as they actually were, in all their difficult, vivid, wildly, and stubbornly human reality. So, as you finally let your own eyes close tonight, warm and safe, and cared for in ways they could scarcely have imagined for themselves, spare a soft, gentle thought for them, the real ones, laughing, struggling, working, and quietly dreaming, 500 years ago tonight, in a world that was never quite as simple and never quite as grim as either version of the legend ever managed to capture. The truth, as it so often does, sits somewhere the tidy legends simply refuse to go. And that, comfortingly, is exactly where we'll finally rest tonight. So there you have it. A long, quiet night spent gently pulling on every loose thread you could find in what you thought you already knew about Tudor England, and watching one tidy legend after another slowly come undone. You wouldn't have dropped dead the instant you turned 30. You wouldn't have reeked from a lifetime of never once washing. Your teeth were never doomed to rot black simply because of the century you were born into. The earth was never seriously believed to be flat. England's convicted witches weren't burned alive at the stake. A doomed queen never actually carried that famous sixth finger. Even the clever little sayings you've repeated for years turned out to be considerably more modern than you assumed, dressed up cleverly in a much older costume. Almost everything the films and the forwarded messages and the half-remembered school lessons told you turns out to be, at best, a beautiful exaggeration, and at worst, something invented from nothing at all. But underneath every single one of those busted myths sat something far better than any legend could ever offer you. Real people. People who washed carefully with cold water and rosewater, who laughed freely with their imperfect, entirely human teeth, who understood perfectly well that the world was round, and that the well water down the lane was mostly perfectly safe to drink, who worked and worried and gossiped and quietly dreamed exactly the way you still do today. They were not simpler than you, and they were certainly not merrier than you either. They were just as clever, just as foolish, and just as stubbornly, wonderfully human, handed a considerably harsher set of cards, and playing them with real grit and real humor, night after night, for an entire century. So tonight, as you settle into your own warm, soft bed, with clean water only a tap away, medicine waiting quietly in the cupboard, and an entire world of knowledge glowing softly in your pocket, spare one more gentle thought for them before you finally drift off. The real Tudors, not the cartoon villains, and not the fairy tale peasants either, but the genuine flesh and blood people who lived, struggled, laughed, and found their own quiet reasons to smile 500 years before you were ever born. Because history, in the end, is never a tidy story with simple, comfortable lessons attached. It's messier than that, and funnier than that, and far more genuinely human than that. And that, in the end, may be the most comforting truth of the entire night. So rest easy now. Let your breathing slow all the way down. Breathe in slowly and let it go. And let every one of these old legends fade softly, gently, completely into the dark. Good night.